Hey Seth, how's it going? Yeah, I am alive, believe it or not. Yeah, like I said, I was gonna do a stream on Wednesday, and here we are. Yeah, and I did say that I was gonna start a bit earlier, but I wasn't feeling too hot, so I needed to get that, well, yeah. I'm still not feeling super well, but, I mean, I'm doing good enough that I can actually get this up and... No, nah. Yeah, no, I didn't just wake up, no. Okay, here you go. How's it going, Seth? How is it going for you? You can see we're just doing our thing. If I can just drop a meteor on these guys, that'd be great. Good. Going pretty decent, okay. Good to see that you're alive and well. I mean, you said that you had just gotten your hip surgery. Wonder if, well... Yeah, I like to think that you're alive and well, judging by the fact that you're here. Yeah, but yeah, so plan for today, I'm going to be trying to do 50 runs was the original goal, but I don't know if I'm really physically up for it. I'll try to at least push for 75, and then after that I'll figure out what I want to do after, because yeah, I'm not going to force myself. I really am not. Yeah, I don't know if I can make it through the whole 50 runs, so I'll just be real here. As much as I want to tough it out. Honestly, as much as I just want to tough it out. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Notice that I'm actually skipping the exploding mofos, because I don't want to deal with, like, them not dropping anything. Also, I think, yeah, this guy's just going to blow up. This guy's just going to blow up. Yeah, that was a nice chill run. 2 minutes run to start. I have 645,000 gold on hand and another 2.5 million in the bank. I paid somebody to actually get my hands on the these items, or this gold. Made my life a bit easier here. But yeah, we'll see how things go. That guy made a spear zone. I didn't take a look. I was rushing to get started. First you want, like, yeah, I just got on board, and yeah, first thing I did was get my stream started up. What more do you want from me, man? Can't have it both ways here. Okay, let's see. I'll make sure to take a look later, though. That's pretty cool that somebody went and made one of those abominations. Well, I shouldn't really call it an abomination. I should try it first. Maybe you never know. Like, maybe it might actually be better than I make it out to be. I like to meme about it, but when I, like, if I'm being serious about it, like, I haven't actually ever, like, played it. Although I did hero editor it, of course, but, like, and it was a disappointment, but I'm actually kind of curious to see if, you know, there's a way to, like, I haven't actually attempted to, like, force it to work the same way I did with the Mason. Yeah, you did send it 2 days ago, but I haven't been on Discord, so yeah, sorry about that. Hey, Korlik the Great! What's up, my man? How are you doing? Hey, so it's Thorazine. Oh, hello. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, nice to have the fellow Mason. You gave me the claw. Yes, that I did. I did give you the claw, indeed. But yeah, so nice of you to join. I can actually show you how my Mason works. I don't know exactly how yours works, but yeah, in case you were curious to see how mine is set up, I geared it up for doing these runs of WSK2. My goal for this season is going to be 1,000 runs of WSK2. I've been playing Slash for quite some time. Every season I try to do something different, of course, in terms of both build and in terms of where I farm. Hey, look, set amulet. Okay, this is clearly going to be a Tal's. Nope, never mind. But yeah, hope that claw serves you well, dude. I do hope that claw serves you pretty well, because yeah, it's yeah, definitely for me, having the plague is a night and day difference for most monsters that I'm farming. Like, does amplify my damage by quite a bit, like, to be honest, because, like, the damage that I'm dishing out, okay, good, and release the charges. Yeah, the damage that I'm dishing out is mostly, yeah, like, it's mostly reduced by their monsters' resistances, right? So to actually have lower res reduce their resistances from, like, let's say, like 50 all the way down to 0, it actually makes me do like double the damage that I usually do, and I don't have infinities yet. So yeah, this season has been kind of a crawl, and I'm actually very happy about that. I've learned a lot with this character. I've learned a lot about how to time my charges. I learned a lot about what my build is and isn't capable of, which rotation of skills is best for a specific area, or even within those areas specific monsters. Like here, I'm of course going to be spamming meteors. And yeah, so yeah, I'm also... Oh, that's the problem. I've been using... That's also something I need to work on. The other thing with Plague 2 is it has Cleansing Aura, which actually negates the poison. But I always open up with... Well, yeah. And I try to combo that with Fade so that, like, curses last like under a second, basically. It's pretty nuts. And I could barely beat Act 5 Hell with mine, but let's see how the Plague treats me. Yeah, sure, let me know. Let me know how it goes. Because, yeah, that Plague, man, I'm telling you. Let me know also how it rolls, because that's one big thing. Like, my Plague rolled like dog shit, basically. So I'm kind of curious to see if you have any better luck with yours. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Let's see. Let's see what you end up with. Okay. Another one. Neat. I don't know what you mean, another one. Seth. Yep. I'm not even kidding you. This setup that I'm using, like, once again, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out so far. It does everything I need it to do. Well, not everything I need it to do, and of course it could certainly be better, and of course I'm still missing equipment. However, okay. I'm gonna need a second. That's a lot of monsters. Yeah, Soul WSKs are kind of scary, but ever since I started using Fade with the T-Gods, the Souls kind of tickle, but I'm still always very cautious for if I come across like a unique Soul that has like Infinity, or Conviction Aura or whatever. That's always scary. Oh man, it's a fucking laser field here. No, actually, I'm not the only one mad to do, like, you're talking the Mason? Like, I'm definitely not the only one crazy enough to do it. Because, yeah, like, this guy right here, dude, Korlik the Great, also known as Thorazine, he's a fellow MA assassin enthusiast, except, I think he said that he does Mason every season when he plays. That's what I recall him saying. I don't know if that's quite correct, though. But I think that, yeah, like he might even be crazier than I am, because I'm only planning to do this for one season, like, and I'm kind of looking forward to next season, because, like, I know what I'm going to be playing, and I know that it's not going to be, like, a super simple season, but, of course, it's certainly going to be easier. Well, actually, everything I do probably from here on out is going to be easier than this. I can't possibly imagine there being a build that I try to play that is tougher than this. Not even Spears On, to be honest, because at least with Spears On, you have lifesteal, and you also have consistent damage, and that damage is relevant everywhere, and that damage isn't even difficult to set up. Like, your one playstyle is literally going to be to, like, walk in and then just start spamming, like, Fend or Jab or Impale or whichever spear skill that you want to cast, right? This character is not like that, of course. 15 to 271. Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome. Mine rolled, let's see, mine rolled I think 213, right? Or sorry, 1 and yeah, I rolled 1 and 13 and then I rolled 2 and 13. I low rolled on the Plague Aura twice, which is pretty good. You know, just the usual. 14 life, 14 mana, small charm. Alright, that's cool, that's cool. I mean, it's not super crazy, but I think it is worth charting down as a drop anyway. 14 life, 14 mana. 14 life, 14 mana. SC, that was run number 53. Very nice. It's gonna be the Spirazon since there's a hell viable version of it now. I mean, I never really doubted that it's hell viable. I just think that there's probably a lot better options out there for pretty much anything you would want to do. And probably it's very difficult to set up too, because you actually need a good spear for it. Presumably EVOTD, but anyway. Yeah, every season I'm usually the only one. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, dude. This is my first ever season rocking this character, and probably the only one, right? Like, I've done some pretty wonky builds, okay? Like, I'll be real with you here. And I don't know what the fuck these guys are doing. But no, for real, like, I've done some pretty wonky builds, okay? Like, people have seen me through all sorts of shit. Like, they've seen me play the Pit Singer, where, you know, I basically spent the majority of it going raw, 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 raw. And honestly, it was, that one was interesting, like, but it wasn't difficult to play. Like, it was definitely not as fast as some of the other builds, but, I mean, it wasn't tough to play. This character is pretty fucking tough to play because you actually need to time your charges, and you need to know which rotation you want to use depending on what elements the monsters you're going up against are rocking. So yeah, kudos to you, man, for playing this build. Ooh, 15 IAS, 3 MF. Okay, it's a pretty cool jewel. I never actually found like a jewel like this before with IAS and MF. Sure. Okay, I will drink this. Also putting this down as a drop. S3 MF Jewel. That will be run 54. Next ladder, easy peasy, yeah. Chamfal, I think, yeah, I believe it was Chamfal, yeah. I mean, I forgot to actually say that, but yeah. I mean, I have a Plague Claw, so I can just check that. Anyway, you're using an Act 3 Merc, 3202 Defense, E-Bug Stone, Eth Shaco, oh man, Eth E-Bug Spirit, and Eth Lawbringer. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Where do you, okay, you said that you don't really farm with it, you're still in Act 5, right? You're trying to go through Act 5 hell. Because I actually was considering, like, using different types of mercenaries, but I really did settle for, of course, the Act 2 Merc, because I felt like, yeah, like, I didn't really have a better option. I get way too much, either crowd control, yeah, I either get too much CC with Reaper's Toll, or I get, well, mana with Insight, which isn't normally a problem. Like, that's one thing I like about this build, it's never really that mana intensive. But if you do come across a monster that's like mana burn, or if there's like souls that sap your mana, it's kind of like, well, you're not going to be able to... like, it automatically releases your charges because it assumes that you want to do an auto attack if you have no mana for whatever fucking reason, so that's a bit frustrating. Anyway, you farm for funsies? Oh, I hear ya. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the same way for me, of course. Like, I also farm for funsies, but yeah, WSK, I felt like would be a good place to demonstrate the capabilities of this build because, unlike other builds out there, there's no monsters, there's no monster immunities that I really have to worry about. Of course there's like Mega Demons from the Pandemonium event, but obviously I don't really count those, right? Like WSK, You know, there's monsters who are lightning immune, kind of like the souls, right? You got monsters that are cold, fire immune, etc. This build can actually kill pretty much all of them. I don't ever have to worry about there being a run where I have to skip a good chunk of the monsters or anything like that, because it's pretty solid. Like I have the choice of rotating between one of 3 elements. There's no monsters in the game that are immune to 3 elements, so. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, Plague is a night and day difference. Now imagine having 2, dude. I'm telling you, like, it is. Like, take it from the guy who has used these Plagues, like, on this assassin. Like, I thought that 1 Plague was good, but when I had 2, it was fucking incredible. Because, like, with 1 Plague, right, you might think, oh yeah, I got a chance to cast low res when struck. Well, when you have 2 Plagues, you have a 40% chance when struck to cast low res, and that's actually a pretty noticeable difference, dude. Like, I'm telling you, you gotta try this shit out. It's bonkers. Why does your YouTube voice sound deeper than your Twitch voice? I don't know. I have no idea. It should be the same, dude. Nice to see you, by the way, Wishia. Okay, now if I can just... He's magic, yeah, dude. I gotta deepen my voice for YouTube, but I gotta, like, have the higher pitched voice for Twitch, you know? That's how I roll. Okay, cool. GC. Nope. It's nice to see that it's not Herodrum Ancients and Souls. That's probably the most annoying combination, because sometimes I have to go double back and kill the monsters twice. Our guild's literally twice as strong now. It's totally required for this build. I told you, dude. Yeah, no, it's pretty nuts. I'm not even kidding. It's nice. I didn't think that it would make such a huge difference. But, well, no, actually, who am I kidding? I was moping about it non-stop, day and night. I was non-stop telling people, dude, once I get the Plague, it's going to be, like, it's going to be fucking incredible. And it was. Like, I'm not even... Essentially because it's nice, in-between before Infinity. Once I get that, I can only imagine just how much more the build will accelerate its killing speed. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. It's, I don't know if, yeah, like, I don't know about required. Like, I don't know what a person's definition of required is. Like, you can certainly still use Bartux, and, you know, even in my case, like, when I was running WSK, I was kind of like, maybe I can go, WSK, I could use double Bartux, or, like, Bartux with Jade Talon, because you actually get a lot of, health out of that. And then, of course, with Burst of Speed, well, with Plague, you don't really get IAS, whereas with Bartux, you have very fast attack speed, and you can sock it with like a Shale, and there's other options where you can increase your DPS through other means without lower res, but still, Plague is pretty fucking amazing. Like yeah, is it a must-have? It certainly helps a ton, but yeah, I don't know. I tried the Bartux route, it was rough. Yeah, I had Bartux for a while too. In fact, I even went Bartux Jade for a while, and it wasn't terrible. But the reality is, lower res just amplifies your damage by an enormous amount, right? Like if you're trying to do pretty much anything quicker, yeah, Plague is the way to go. But if maybe you, for whatever reason, want survivability or you don't have the funds for it, then I mean, I was making do with Bartux even before. Yeah, I was making do with Bartux before I had Plague, and I think I was able to like do like 2.5 minute AT runs, as long as I have my, as long as I had my Nadja staff, of course, but yeah, like yeah, it certainly helps a lot if you can get your Plague proc off. Although, something to look out for too is, Plague is like when you get hit, so I don't know how you're handling any like survivability issues. In my case, I just rely on rejuves to save my ass like all the time, so that's pretty good. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the character now that you have your Plague. I'm gonna spam PubChat and tell them they should all play Phoenix Striker. Oh, dude, no. I mean, I have been playing this build, and it's been a ride. but I actually don't know if I'd recommend this to people. Like, I really don't know how many people would enjoy playing a build like this. As bizarre as it sounds, like it's been something. Like, I don't know, man. It's not an easy build to play, and it can be pretty janky at times because like it takes a lot of effort to set it up. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to set up this character in the first place. That's, I think, my biggest qualm with it. Ooh, yes. Why am I still on burst of speed? There you go. That's better. Oh yeah, there you go. This is what I'm talking about. These monsters have conviction aura. That's lovely. I think multiple of them had conviction aura, actually. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, man, Phoenix Striker is tough to play. Like, it's too difficult to play for most people. Like, I'm not even saying this. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, we're fucking awesome, or I'm not trying to be arrogant and be like, oh, only some people can play this build or anything like that. But like, legit, like, you have to juggle so many different things. Like, you have to juggle attack rating. Yeah, you have to juggle like having enough attack rating. You gotta juggle the level difference. When factoring in chance to hit as well, you gotta have like you gotta have some amount of resistances, and even when you work all those out, even the core play style of this character is pretty like dependent on not getting desynced, or well, yeah, not getting desynced basically is a pretty big one. If you have latency issues, that'll completely dick you over. Like, yeah, there's a lot of builds for which this isn't the case. Like, even if you're rocking like 200 or 300 ping, you can still play like a whirlwind barb. You don't ever have to worry about having to adjust your timings. But like, if you're playing like from Europe and you for some reason you have like 300 ping or something, you might find yourself releasing your charges like let's say you want to get your lightning charge, you might end up releasing like a meteor instead. Thorazine is saying everyone should like Phoenix Strike Assassin. That's the best build. Whew. Yeah, that's another one that I never really did manage to showcase either. Playing the Phoenix Striker with Nadge's set. I hear that people were saying that, yeah, that was pretty solid, but I was pretty adamant on going the dual Bartux route to start and then Plague later. Sure about P-Striker being best build though. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, I gotta voice my honest opinion on this one, and I'm telling you that character ain't for everyone. As much as I wish I could say that it were, it's really not. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe somebody will take an interest, because honestly, like, what this build lacks in terms of killing power and I guess viability, it certainly makes up for in terms of how challenging it is to play and how fun it is. So yeah, honestly, I'm pretty on board. Like, I'm kind of glad that I actually played this character, and yeah, I don't regret much. We're gonna drive the price of Champ sky high. Dude, it's already going sky high. That's the thing. Like, I noticed, the thing is, like, I think that they enabled Plague, what was it, last season? Or was it 2 seasons ago? Well, whatever the case. Hold on a sec. Okay. Yeah, the reality is this, like, I remember last season there were a lot of people who were like, man, I'm gonna definitely be using Plague for my what was it? Poison Necro, that's what it was. Everyone was like, yeah, I'm gonna use it for a Poison Necro, and then oddly enough, no one ever ended up really using it for a Poison Necro. Most people, I feel, well, at least not as far as I can see. As far as I could tell, most people that are trying to make, that are actually trying to make Plague are trying to make it for actually trappers, because it so happens that Plague is a best in slot for a trap sim, so we don't really need to drive the price of Champ sky high when already it's definitely has some value to a lot of other people. And more importantly, Okay, hold on a sec. This is a problem. I need to single out the monsters that have the might aura, because otherwise I'll die. Okay. The thing is, right now, like, there have been people who have been, like, I didn't realize this at first when I was trying to make my plague, but I think plague right now is actually more valuable than Vex, right? Because usually everyone's like, yeah, Vex is worth Cham or whatever, or Cham is worth Vex, but there's like a lot of things that, well, there's a lot of Trapsins this season especially, and a lot of them, well, obviously use Plague, right? So, yeah, there's more demand for Plague, and in turn, there's more people who are trying to use this Chams than people who are using Vexes. Well, maybe not more people, but there is definitely some. There are definitely people who need Cham. So yeah, I think that we don't need to drive up the price of Chams. Like, we're two people. We need between us 4 Chams, right? Well, 1 for each hand, or 1 for each plague, for each of us. But there's tons of other people who are also kind of in the same boat. I think Be Like LeBron is also another assassin who is making a kind of like a trapper kick hybrid, and he needs Chams, or he needed a Cham or 2 Chams to make plagues. So yeah, like there's a lot of, we're not the only ones who are gonna be driving up the price. There's a lot of other people who are doing that. But yeah, anyway. I like your enthusiasm for the build, though, for sure. That's always pretty awesome, of course. Man, these guys are taking a while to die, but let me tell you, these runs have been pretty solid. Like, I've been getting them in like minute or 3.5 minutes or so, and so on average, I feel like, which is pretty good. Honestly, Plague on a Merc. I considered that. I just don't really like it, because then your Merc does shit for damage. And maybe that's not a big deal to solve. Well, there's a couple of problems with that, I guess. Like, one is, like I said, your Merc, you typically want your Merc to do some amount of damage. The Plague doesn't actually come with any ED, so that's definitely one of the glaring weaknesses of using it as a Merc weapon. The other problem is, I feel like there's just much better uses for what your Merc can use, right? Like, if you already have Plague, then why do you need to pop a Cham to make a Plague for your Merc, right? Like, I don't know. For me, having Plague on just myself is enough. I feel like if I put Plague, instead of putting Plague on my Merc, I get much better return out of getting, like, Insight. Reaper's Toll even is pretty nice. It doesn't really boost your damage as much, but you get a lot more crowd control that way. I even would take Lawbringer on a Merc over Plague. Yeah, but that's just me. I don't know. Maybe you might try Plague on your Merc and realize, oh, this is fucking incredible. But yeah, for me personally, I just feel like I'm much better off with Reaper's Toll or Insight as my 2 go-tos. One gives me the mono regen to not get dicked over by souls completely. The other option gives me a lot more survivability. So, yeah, these 2 options are very valuable to me, of course. Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna let my Merc deal with the arrest here. Okay. Man, it's just cleared WSK2 no problem. Yo, I feel you, dude. I'm telling you. The Mason, it does some wonders. Especially You didn't get any soul spawns though, right? I'm guessing that if you cleared it without problems, then you probably did it with on a WSK where there were no souls. If you do it, like the real challenge is trying to do WSK where there are souls. Now that's the hard part, of course. That's what Cloak of Shadows is for? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, that is also what full rejuves are for. Here's the other problem too. With Cloak of Shadows, I was actually relying on Cloak of Shadows for a while, but I stopped relying on it because if Plague procs and like I lower res all of the souls, it overrides Cloak of Shadows, and I can't recast Cloak of Shadows, obviously, for a period of time. So yeah, that's cool though. If Cloak of Shadows works for you, which is actually kind of surprising, if you have a Plague, then wow, okay, all the power to you. Rats Corlick, yes. Oh. Okay, let's just full rejuve that. Come on, man. Oh yeah, I'm out of charges on my telly. That's a bit of an issue. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I told you, I vouched for Plague for this reason. Yeah, it's pretty legit. Like a lot you can do with that Plague. Like you could probably farm pretty much anywhere once you have Plague. Even without Plague, like you could technically farm anywhere because you have 3 elements anyway at your disposal. Well, or 2, I guess. But yeah, once you do have that third. Once you do have that Plague, it certainly speeds things up like by a lot. Another area you can try, I don't know if you've gone there yet, have you tried AT? AT is pretty cool, like it's actually a lot of fun farming AT with this build, because there's quite a number of different immunities that you come across, and trying to rotate between, using like, against Fire Eye, like, what are the invaders or whatever? Against invaders, you have to use lightning or cold, and against other monsters, you got to use like meteor or ice. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Like you got a number of different options when you play out that. But it'll let you figure all that out yourself, because yeah, like this character, there's just like so many different things that you can do with it. It's just a very difficult build to play. That's the only, of course, drawback. You can't even really call it a drawback, that is. Also kind of wish my lower res would proc a little bit more frequently. I feel like it doesn't proc that often when I go up against the, there you go. I feel like this lower res doesn't proc enough when I go up against those horror mages. Those are the scariest ones, but against anything else, it's usually okay. You know what? I see the problem. It's because I didn't pop Fade. Okay, cool. Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna back out before I die here. That'd be good. Yeah. Came very close to biting the dust because of this. Hold on a second. I gotta play this a bit more carefully here because of that one monster that has Conviction Aura. Yeah, now I'm gonna try to let them run in and die to this fire. Okay, there you go. That's better. Whoa, that was a close one. That was actually probably the toughest pack I went up against, just because of that Conviction Aura. Crown, crown, huh? Can't wait to get Enigma. It'll be great to be able to just reposition with Enigma without having to rely on this Nadja staff. That'll be a huge, huge upgrade. But I don't know when I'm going to be getting my Enigma. That's the real question. One jaw is all I need. If I can get that jaw rune, boom, done. Get my Enigma right away. Although I need a base. Actually, I already have a base. I found a base, technically. Oops, I misclicked. Alright. My jaw, Yorber. That's true. I feel jaws dropping next game. Oh, dude. That'd be something. That'd be nuts. Like, if it's like, oh, well, this, like, right away, I managed to get it after calling it out, but... Nah, dude. I don't see myself getting a jaw for a while. I mean, I'm not much of a jaw guy, you know? I'm more of a burr guy. Like, I tend to get a lot more burrs, as I'm sure you guys know, than jaws. Although, I guess last season I found burr and jaw, like, towards the end, so there's that. No, serious, I got a jaw, I'll trade it. Oh, yeah, I mean... I'm not really in a huge rush to get the Enigma. Like, Seth had already offered to get it to me, but I'm really trying to find this Enigma myself. I appreciate the offer, though, of course. But yeah, okay. Yeah, these have been some difficult runs because of these unique monsters. Yeah, they call me Tuber. They like that's literally what they name me because of my stupid luck with these burr runes. And I don't know why my Merc's having so much trouble with this one monster. There you go. Oh, he's stone skin and what, but... Oh yeah, this one's gonna take a while though. There's a lot of unique monsters and it's okay. That's scary. Okay, well, that's cool. There you go. I should have just dropped meteors on these guys. Against scarabs, I think meteors is the way to go. Like, meteors are just much safer. I could just drop a meteor and piece it. Burr to jaw MMA. Oh man, you guys and your crazy names for me. But anyway, yeah, once again, going back to it though, Corlick, yeah, like, yeah, I mean, Seth had already offered to fund my Enigma. Not really fund it, but to at least loan me like a jaw or whatever, but I was pretty adamant about trying to get it myself. That's the bottom line. It's a lot more rewarding that way, I feel like, when you actually manage to find it yourself or to be able to, I guess, trade up towards it. But right now I don't have anything to trade for it. I mean, if I really wanted to, what I could have done, I could have probably sold keys to Swisher until I had it, but I didn't want to. I felt like that's kind of boring, kind of a big waste of time, in my opinion. Like it's the reliable way to go, but I figure like I'm already gonna be farming WSK like 1,000 times or whatever anyway. Like that's one of my goals. So what's the point? Seriously, what the fuck? These guys are so painful. Oh, what the fuck? I thought I popped Fade ages ago. No wonder I'm taking so much damage. It's like, these guys hit like a truck. And I've been... Yeah, no. In retrospect, I'm actually amazed I tanked so much. I'll fund you Enigma by giving me Enigma. Yeah, no. I really wanted to see if I can trade up for it, though. It's just the bottom line. And I want to do it through WSK, of course, because my big goal for this season is to do 1,000 WSK runs. So, yep. That's the plan. We'll see how things go from here. I'm actually almost out of R2s, which doesn't usually happen, but the monsters in WSK today have been particularly dangerous. Smack and whack mods, self-find stuff is the most fun way to play the game. Well, I mean, it's not entirely self-found, though. I don't like to call it self-found, because, like, I do trade. Self-find and trade, I guess. But yeah, I'm not the biggest... Like, I try not to just bypass the fun part of it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's something that some people will do though. They'll of course try and, I mean, this was the case with Post 7. He was like, yeah, like I could technically to bypass this as a loophole. I guess I don't know if you could really define it as a loophole. He could, in quotes, be looking for like like an ID scroll or something, right? But yeah, more or less like when I say trade, what I mean is like actually trading, you know, meaningful items. Like I'm obviously not, like items that are like ohm or below or vex or below. I don't, or less than vex, I should say, or less than gull even. Like I'm probably not really going to be making that much out of it to the point where I can make infinity or enigma. But items like arachnid sashes, those definitely. Got to make sure that, like, anytime I come across items like that I have to pay attention and try to sell them. Like the COA I found, for example. Although I'm not really planning to trade out the COA because I kind of want to use that as my endgame helmet. You can fund your way to Enigma by providing 16 full rejuves. Yeah, sure. Honestly, that wouldn't be so bad. Although, yeah, I'm not really too concerned about full rejuves. I'll get more full rejuves later. Probably I'm out of full rejuves because earlier I had to dump a bunch since I didn't have Fate on. But now I think, under normal circumstances, I use up my full rejuves slower than I get them. So, yeah, I think it should be okay though. Anyway. What run am I at? Am I at 60 yet? Yes, I'm at 60. Alright, that's pretty good. These runs have been going surprisingly quick. Or at least I feel like they've been going surprisingly quick. Of course, I'm going to need to pay for gold again later on, but yeah. That'll be for later. Enigma's like 11, right? So I value Black Runeward in one key set at 11. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one way to do it, but... Okay. Only your black in key set, though. Oh, yeah. I gotta personalize it, of course. No, no, no. Of course not. We do things the hard way here. That's... Yeah. Supply and demand. Yeah, man. That IO rune, man, must be really difficult for you to get that and a 3-socket flail. Or do you just not want to pay the labor fee for these things? Will I make Enigma or Infinity first? Ah, that's a great question. So Ushia, it's like this. I considered it for a while. I thought about it for a while. And the reality is, right now, I need mobility more than anything else. Mobility is probably the #1 bottleneck, right? Because, like, Infinity and Enigma are both relatively close in price, right? If I have one, it's very easy to get the other. But, like... in terms of damage, I actually have a decent amount of damage, I feel like, right? But when it comes to mobility, I'm very reliant on my Nadja staff to get me from place to place. And mobility is pretty huge for this character because, like, I of course need to reposition my character so that I can charge, not just so that I can get through WSK, but so that I can reposition my character next to monsters so I can start building up charges, which is really important to keep in mind. So yeah, I definitely think Enigma is more important right now, especially when here's the thing, I already have Plague, which reduces monster resistances by a significant margin. And look at that, like, even with just Plague's lower res active, it killed everything there, right? Like, I don't really think I need to get more minus res. Like, I think I'm fine on that front. Yeah. So that's why I think I'm on board with Enigma today, or I'm more on board with Enigma as my next big item. But your other question was the CTA first, or the CTA. So the thing is, CTA was the first item that I considered that I wanted to get as my next upgrade, and I'm really glad that you brought this up because this is a really important one to address. So CTA, I considered going CTA, but the reality is I actually don't really need CTA. It looks like I need CTA because I end up in a lot of close calls sometimes because I'm not really being very careful with my playstyle, and I try to make up for it using full rejuves. But honestly, like, as long as I have Fade active, And as long as... Yeah, honestly, as long as I have Fade active, I don't really need CTA all that much, to be honest with you. At least in my opinion, I don't. Right? Like, previously I was struggling a lot with survivability. Back when I was using the Burst of Speed Jade Talon setup, and with Bartuk's, that was a time when I was pretty convinced that CTA was the way to go. But here, even having under 2,000 life, I'm still able to like get the job done for sure, and it's not terribly difficult either. Also, I would need to sub something out for it, of course, because I don't like. I'd either have to have the CTA in my inventory, or I'd have to have it on Switch, and I'd have to replace my Nadges, which I don't really want to replace my Nadges. Obviously, that's a pretty big part of, well, me being able to really do anything with this character. I don't know why this one guy's just pussying out. CTA. Well, that's the other thing too. Hey, by the way, ZZ. I mean, that's the other thing too with CTA, right? Like, of course, under normal circumstances, I could just make a bow barb, but I don't really want to. Until I finish the 1,000 WSK runs, I don't want to try to make a second character. I want to commit to just one character, of course, but that's its own story. ZTA, yeah. I like CTA since I'm a lazy fuck. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I mean, a lot of people are in the same boat. A lot of people don't want to multi-box two characters, which is totally okay, right? Like, a lot of people will scoff and frown upon it. I think it's fine. And, I mean, you could even make an argument that... like, having a CTA speeds up your runs, right, compared to a bow barb. Because a bow barb, you actually have to take time to alt-tab the other character. You gotta, you know... Well, yeah, that's basically it. You have to alt-tab the other character, and it takes time to actually do that for a lot of people. Or, yeah. Or if, for example, you're farming AT, this is a big one, you're probably going to want, like, even I would take CTA over a bow barb for farming Ancient Tunnels, because obviously, like, yeah, Ancient Tunnels is one of those much safer places that you don't really need a bow barb in. And at the same time, it takes more time to actually bow yourself with a bow barb there than it is to just... Like, you just don't get as much out of it, right? For WSK, for Chaos, for Pits, arguably, you might want to go bow barb, but yeah. Like, there's definitely reasons for people not to use bow barb or to not want to use a bow barb, or very valid reasons, right? And even just being lazy is good enough, I'd say. Like, you know, not everyone has to try and play like it's the fucking LCS for D2 or anything like that, right? Like, whatever. Some people think it's too much effort to try and box in a second bow barb. Hey, that's all the power to them. Whatever. Yeah, so I made my skeletons and merc kill D-clone since I didn't want to do it or find someone to do it for me. Well, I don't blame you. Yeah, I think you were trying to make a smiter, though. I don't know what happened to that, but yeah, I mean, Necro is perfectly fine for clearing out D-clone by itself. Like, you can... Well, I don't know about Skellies, but I've definitely done D-clone with Urdars before. That's the common go-to. You go to Act 4, Chaos Sanctuary, just pull a bunch of Urdars, and then just wombo everything. It helped my merc had an ECB. Oh yeah, CB is nice, of course. What the... Gladiator's Bane over Tal Armor? Ah, that's a great question. So, I am normally a very avid fan of Gladiator's Bane for CBF, but I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? If I use... Well, I actually already tried Gladiator's Bane, and Gladiator's Bane didn't actually go as well as I wanted it to, because although, yes, I get CBF, from Gladiator's Bane, but that doesn't really help me against souls, and that's probably the #1 thing that will kill my merc, aside from like some bizarre combination of modifiers on a unique monster. Like, I really mean this, like... Yes, okay, let them all explode. Honestly, I should just ignore these guys, like these Frenzied Ice Spawns. I should probably just flag them like a special color on the map pack, because I'm not getting any drops out of them anyway. Whatever. Anyway, so like I was saying though, against Souls, I need to have Guardian Angel for 90 light res. That helps a lot more than Gladiator's Bane does to me, because like when I had the G Bane, like yeah, my Merc can't be frozen, but he was dying a lot to Souls because he was just taking way too much damage. So I had to mitigate that a lot. Of course, the cannot be frozen also. I mean, it sounds helpful, but in WSK2, I don't usually get frozen anyway. Like, only really like a cold enchanted monster maybe would be what causes me to get frozen. But most of the monsters here don't really have a chilling attack to begin with. Like all of these horror mages, they have poison damage. And that doesn't really mean much. And I don't know why I have the wrong weapon set here. Yeah, 20 magic damage reduction plus Mal will still kill your Merc. I didn't try with a Mal, but I definitely tried like a standard G-Bane. And that wasn't really working out so well for me. Besides, this, ever since I threw Guardian... yeah, sure, why not? One sec. Let's throw that on, I guess. Offensive Aura GC? Yeah. Yeah, sure, why not? 63. Why not IAS G-Face? BOTD G-Face is good.
I considered that too. I considered going EBOTD on my Merc.
But I'm kind of like... The whole reason I have Insight on my Merc in the first place is because it prevents me from immediately releasing all of my charges when I go up against Souls and they drain my mana. Like seriously, the biggest problem when I go up against WSK is Souls. Like I'm not even kidding. Either my Merc dies to the Souls, or I get mana drain from the Souls. Those are the two biggest problems, and I solved these by going Insight with Guardian Angel. This was, for me, the best setup that I could find. Also, it was relatively cheap, and I already had these items handy, whereas with, I guess, EBOTD, I could have to actually pay to go and get myself a Zod and build it and whatever, But anyway, no, seriously. With Insight, at least I can prevent myself from releasing all the charges of Phoenix Strike when I get mana burned out of the blue. Which is actually a huge part of why I really like this setup. I was talking to Seth, not you. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about with this setup specifically, but anyway. Let's see. I'll take a step back. I've missed out on a lot of stuff that you guys were saying. Let's go top down. I'll try to answer with Shia first, and then I'll talk to you guys after, Seth and ZZZ. So, I'll use Bane over Tal Armor, more DR, cannot be frozen. Yes, so yeah, I tried G-Bane already, like I said. That's what I was going at earlier. But G-Bane on me. I don't know why I would need G-Bane on me though. Like I don't. As soon as I cast Fate, the only reason why it looks like I'm dying is because I fucking forget to activate Burst of Speed because I'm a potato. But like as soon as I activate Fade over Burst of Speed, I basically become immortal to the Souls. And besides, like Tal Armor already has 15 MDR, and on top of 15 MDR, it also provides 40 Cold Light and Fire Res, and it provides 112 MF. Well, I guess 88 base with a socketed P Topaz, right? Whereas with the G-Bane, you could stuff a Mal in there for 27 MDR, I guess, but no, seriously. The bonuses from G-Bane I don't really need on this character, and, well, I don't need it. I don't feel like I get as much out of a G-Bane as I do with a Tal's armor, especially because this character, my goal was specifically to hit 300 MF, and the best armor for this was Tal armor, right? Like, it gives me the MF that I need without me having to sacrifice survivability at all. Whereas G-Bane, like, even assuming that I get the survivability, I don't really get much more than that. Like, I don't get any MF, I don't get any plus to skills. I didn't realize Tal armors provide this much until now. Yeah, like a lot of people don't, I feel like, right? A lot of people just stuff it on their Sork and they're like, okay, yeah, you know, it's the Tal armor and it completes my set, or it gives like a shit ton of MF. But the reality is, Tal's armor is fucking amazing for just about any character. Like, yeah, you miss out on +1 or +2 to skills. Like, you know, you could replace this with Arcane's Valor. You get a bit, like quite a significant damage boost, I guess, with +2 to skills, or like an Ormus, right? But Tal's armor provides an immense amount of resistances, and it provides a shit ton of defense, and it provides MDR, and it provides MF. And the best part about all of this is it doesn't even have a very high strength requirement. So you could actually stuff it on, like, let's say even like a Paladin or something. That's what I did with my my Zealer from last season. It's a pretty crazy armor. Very underappreciated. Not underused, not underrated, but underappreciated. Tri-res plus 15 MDR is insane. Yeah, dude, it's fucking crazy. So yeah, you see what it you see why I use this fucking thing. It's nuts. Like, look at this shit. Here, let me just show you something. If I take this off and I turn off fade, my res are shit. Like, the souls would completely maul me. Like, there's no other way of putting it. Like, it's the night and day difference. Anyway, how are you doing, Demi? How are you doing? How is it going with you? It sounds like out of mana release your charge infinity will cause you problems. Okay, so that's the other thing too I forgot to mention earlier. If I have insight, at least when I have Enigma, I'm not gonna have as many mana problems. And also like you said, like if I come across souls, I'll end up releasing my charges. So, like, yeah, insight right now is probably the way to go. At least, I don't know, for the time being, like Enigma Insight. At least that'll make my runs a bit smoother. Whether or not I switch over to Infinity is a different question, of course, but yeah, like Enigma, I don't really lose out on that much if I go Enigma. Like, I do lose out on 40 Cold, Light, and Fire res and the MDR, but I get a lot out of life after each kill on the Enigma. And high defense, and plus life, and I think even without this, when Fade is active, my lightning res will still be pretty high. Especially because Enigma provides +2 to all skills, which will boost Fade as well. I think up to like, well, I get a bit more light res basically. I don't know. Yeah, Enigma is still probably the way to go for, like, again, like, Enigma over Infant for another reason. Anyway, what up? So long, no sniff. Hello, Luciano. How are you doing? What's up? So Korlik was saying Treachery is best in slot for non-MF. Okay, so yeah, it definitely, yeah, I would say so. I'm just trying to think if there's any better options, like, if you want to go smoke, because if you combo smoke with like your own fade, then that's also pretty good, but then you don't get any plus to all skills. Honestly, if you're going for plus to skills and you're going for survivability, then yeah, I agree. I honestly think Tretch is the way to go, because, you know, you can't really compete with +2 assassin skills. In fact, yeah, probably the main reason why I didn't use Fade in the first place was because I was using Burst of Speed for every area that wasn't WSK. But if, at this point, I should only ever be using Fade anyway when I'm in combat with monsters. So Treachery, yeah, I absolutely agree that, yeah, Treachery is the way to go. If the goal wasn't to have 300 MF despite rocking combat gear. Let's check it out. If I want to buy an electric hob. Electric hob, huh? Okay, what's the dilemma here? Anyway, what else are you guys talking about? Let's see. AI skeletons. Unless you have 5 or 6 bow CTA with a Shaco, Enigma, Maras, etc., that doesn't really add much. Also, I missed this comment earlier. I haven't found a single Nef this entire ladder, like, since day 1 in our reset group. It's more rare than all my high runs combined. That's a good one. Yeah, it's funny how RNG can work. You could go through the entire game and not find a single like low tier item but find a shit ton of high tier items. I think I remember I did 1,000 chaos and I found, what was it, 5 burrs but 0 ists or something like that, which is pretty fucked. 5 or 6 bow CTA. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was running the calculation. I think CTA would put me up to about 3,000 health, a little over 3,000 health, which is not a negligible increase in durability, but at the same time, like, I can make do without it, and then I had to sub out my tele staff for that, so that was something I didn't get a chance to address earlier. Ultimately, fort with beast. Yeah. L on the weapon, Infinity Insight, need LL helmet. Yeah, actually ZZZ's explanation is pretty solid, like how he laid down the BOTD Reapers versus Insight and Infinity. Yeah. Anyway, and Dariel's Visage over Shaco for non-MF2. Okay, so yeah. Yes, I definitely agree with that too. It's true. It's true. If your sole goal is just to boost combat ability, then yeah, you want Andy's Visage, of course, for IAS as well as plus to all skills, which are two things that your Shaco will not give. And those are really, I think, the two main options. I'm just trying to think if I'm forgetting a different hat that gives plus to skills. I guess there's also Delirium, technically. But I think that if you get knocked into the fetish form, I don't believe you can use the Phoenix Strike. I don't think you can use the Phoenix Strike charges. So, yeah, that's a little bit off the table. It would be wacky, but I don't believe that it works with Phoenix Strike. And also, if you are in that form and you have an Enigma, how the fuck are you gonna teleport around, I guess is the big one. Use tuber COA. Well, I mean, actually, I have that. I mean, I think you were here last time, so you know this. I actually have a COA, and I kind of want to use that as my endgame. It wasn't my original intention. I was gonna stick with Shaco, but then I thought about it, and I'm like, actually, this COA might actually be pretty good. Like, I was tempted to just sell it outright, but yeah, honestly, I don't know about tuber COA, but I would probably try. And at least have a plain COA. Maybe with like 2 or something. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about how that would work. Like 30%, that'd be like 40% DR. Yeah, honestly, I would be on board with that. Although, of course, I don't see myself getting like a jaw for my Enigma and then getting 2 burrs for my Infinity and then getting 2 more burrs to stuff in my COA. That would be great. I would do it. Hell yeah, but shit, dude, that'd be insane. Although I guess at that point, like, at that point, I'd probably just be willing to take runes from people because if they're not using it anymore. Because the whole point of the season was for me to do the 1,000 WSK runs and to complete the character. And if I'm using COA, then that means that I've already finished the 1,000 WSK runs, so I can kind of loosen up a little bit. Okay, let's just, okay, seriously. I don't... There you go. It's kind of bizarre. Bit of a latency issue going on here. Just do 10 CS runs, I'll get 2 burrs. Well, I mean... Don't even know what to say to that. Yeah, I mean... Look, I'm not on my Nova Baller, okay? I don't have as good luck, I think, with this character as I do with the Nova Baller. Or maybe I do. Maybe I do. I just haven't done enough Chaos runs, because the very few Chaos runs I did take way too fucking long to finish, that I just don't want to go back there again. Maybe all it will take is 10 CS runs, I don't know. I should go right now, just do a couple CS runs and see if I actually get what I'm looking for. Yeah, man, that's how it works. Having at least 10% damage goes to mana improve my survivability. You mean as like kind of like a pseudo energy shield? Like, because when you say survivability, I'm a little bit lost as to what you mean. Particularly in the sense that damage taken goes to mana means that if I take damage, my mana pool goes up. Not, the wording on it is really strange. Like I'm not sure if you mean that as like, oh, if I'm up against souls, hopefully this is a way to prevent them from draining my mana, or as like, oh, I should use like, let's say, night smoke or something, so that when I come across monsters, that I don't immediately just take all this damage from them. Yeah, so yeah, it's a good idea though. It's not a bad idea. But yeah, the wording on that specific modifier is a little bit, it's kind of wonky. Like it's technically correct, but it's definitely not how most people would interpret it. You know, like, it's different from energy shield. Yeah, it's not energy shield. Like, it would be cool if it were. I would legit vouch for certain items a bit more. But yeah, because of that, it's really not. It doesn't work the way you think it does, I guess, is the bottom line. Hey, look, an Ephrin. Would you look at that? Just what you were looking for, Seth. But no, seriously, with regards to the damage taken goes to mana, though, like, one reason why this actually comes in handy is because you can use it for, like, a smiter. Like, I use it for a smiter. Oh, hey, look, an Eaton axe. Hey, what's up? Outer Cloister. What are you doing, my man? I'm gonna say with the Frenzy Ice spawn, my trick is to set their color on the map to be the same as a normal monster, so I don't see the minions on my map. Oh, I'm trying to like think about how this works. So, the Frenzied Ice spawn, you set their color on the map to be the same as a normal monster, so you don't see the minions. I don't know. I feel like I should just set them all to white. Like, yeah, I set them all to white, so that it's kind of, well, yeah, no, white would be fine. Yeah. Well, even actually, I'd probably just use teal. Teal for a void, I guess. Like, whatever. It doesn't really. I don't know why normal monster though. I don't see the minions. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, you don't want them to make a special color, then it becomes too many colors. I'm used to it. Honestly, I'm pretty used to it, but I'm still confused as to how this works. So you set, like, let's say you set it to red, right? Like the usual color of red that, you know, I get with these monsters. I don't know how that makes it so that they're difficult to see. If you set them to be color of a normal monster, then it's like they are invisible. I'm confused. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to flag them as being the same as the monsters I'm trying to kill? So you don't see the minion packs? Oh, I see. So I can, okay, I get it. Yeah. Okay. That makes total sense, actually. Yeah, okay. No, that's one way to do it for sure. I'd probably just flag them all as teal though. Like at least then I just know straight away. Okay, just fucking ignore these guys. Just call it a day. Gotcha. Overrides the minion color. Also, I see. Let's just stop being a tool with these rejuves. Get me killed one day, I'm sure. So yeah, I noticed that we got Thorazine in our game here. So Thorazine, what's the status here? You're joining my game. You're doing this so that we can race, or what? What's the so I know what's going on. So I know to prep a bit more. Like if I'm running these on players too, I had to be just a bit more aware of that, I guess. Ignore anything that's not minions anyway, except ghost type. I made them white. Okay, that's understandable. Yeah, no. In my case, no, just joining the assassin fun. All right, that's cool. Good to hear. I was gonna move into the next game in a second, but I'm just talking to ZZZ and the others. But anyway. Dolls are red. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes more sense in your case too, because now that I think about it, you usually probably play on like players 4 or players 8, so the monsters there are more dangerous. So you want to differentiate or be able to differentiate between dolls and souls. In my case, I don't really care much. It's like if I see dolls or souls, I'm like, okay, shit. Well, I'm in for a fight. And besides, the dolls are immune to poison, and the souls are immune to lightning and poison. So I just look at the pack, and if there's a bunch of yellow eyes, I'm like, okay, those are souls. And if it's just the one green eye, then it's obviously a doll. So Death Lords and Herodrums are green for extra XP. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's a really cool setup. I didn't even think about that. I didn't know the Death Lords gave more XP. I know Herodrums give more XP though. Walls being red was a default option on one of the configs. Okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, I used like the really old config and I tailored it the way I wanted over time. And I mean, yeah, one of the things I marked were flares. You know, they don't have any special properties, but they spawn in big packs, so it's nice to know when I come across a flare pack. You break souls light immunity, they look the same as dolls then. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I only usually break the soul light immunity if I go in to fight them, right? With Infinity. Yeah, I don't use like a curse necro like you do, so it's never the case where I walk in, it's like, shit, well, is that a soul or a doll? I can't tell because I purged off their immunity. If I purged off their immunity, that's probably because I'm using an Infinity, not because I've lower resed them. You know what I mean? Like, so that's usually not a problem for me either. And besides, I don't think I can. Am I able to? Yeah, I think yeah. Lower res does break soul's immunity. What is it? What are these? Antidote. Oh, nice. Should have invested my time on real English fashion instead of learning by browsing 4chan, Luciano. 10% damage taken recharges mana. It should just be regain 10% of regain mana equal to 10% of damage taken. Like, that for me makes more sense. Like, that's the easiest way that it could be worded, but no, they chose the really wonky way. I don't know what's up with that. Does not reduce damage like it's phrased. Yeah. I mean, technically it's correct. It goes the mana, the damage that you take. It's just that, like, it increases your mana pool, but it's not like most people interpret it as, oh, the damage taken will decrease your mana pool. Anyway, I don't know, man. Luciano earlier was... Okay, no, sorry. She was saying rain and armor slot looks like an interesting and viable idea. You mean for a druid? Looks low quality and expensive. I'm afraid of getting ripped off. Oh, okay, I see. That's, well, I don't know. Look at reviews, I guess, for your electric hob. Anyway, that's that. Well, yes, but in normal circumstances, you're fighting a mixed pack of dolls and souls. They'll be all running at you. You don't want to miss a doll coming at your feet. Yeah, I know. Usually I just face tank a doll. Because I've always played players 1 anyway, so I don't give a shit. But yeah, that's why I was saying, in your case, it totally makes sense, because you're playing players 4 and player... What? What? No. 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 What? Fuck that, man. Yo, I'm out. Alright. Well, rip. He lies. Nah, dude. I believe him. I trust him. Maybe he's trolling. I don't know. No, you know what? You know what? No. Show me 2 jaws right now. You said you had a jaw? If you really just got a jaw, then show me your second jaw. No. Show me your second jaw. Show me your second jaw. Where is it? Where's your second jaw? You're gonna show me both jaws right now. AXV, PXA. Okay, you honestly, if you actually just got a second jaw, I will freaking like drop this stream right fucking now, dude. Okay, yeah. Jaw, okay, yeah. Come on, yes, I stole the jaw. Motherfuck, you guys are seeing this? That's crazy. Fuck. Diamond Dave, dude. Wow. Well, congrats. I don't even know what else to say. I honestly don't even know what else to say. I can't believe you just fucking pulled the jaw out of my game. Give me back. What do you mean? I dropped it. I dropped jaw already. Dang, mic drop. Okay, well, I guess I'm dropping my stream, guys. He found 2 jaws. Apparently, he had his own jaw, and then he had his... Yeah, he found his own. Well, he had his own jaw from previously, and he went to go kill Shank for shits and giggles, and Shank apparently dropped the jaw. Okay, well, that's nice to know. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. It was a good stream. I think it's time for me to sign off. Yeah, good stuff. Join your game for a mission. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. But whatever. Honestly, I just think it's funny. Normally I'd be angry, but I just think that's hilarious. Like, this guy fucking comes in, kills Shank, and then bam, jaw. Yeah, I should just do 1,000 Shank runs, man. It's gonna be the new meta. Am I able to Hork Shank? I know I can Hork Eldritch, but I don't think I can Hork Shank. He's like a quest boss or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, man. Gotta start running 1,000 Shank with barb, like a barb, and start fine iteming. Yeah, what the fuck is there to feel guilty about? What is there to feel guilty about, really? Yeah, you don't feel guilty at all. Yeah, you don't feel guilty in the slightest. Even if you did actually feel guilty, there's nothing to really feel guilty over. See the way he lies. I know, right? I know. I hear ya. So, hold on. As an aside, Luciano was saying, how good are my boots? Well, they're okay. They're not good enough that I would be, like, that I'd be able to sell them for probably more than an ohm at the most. And I think, honestly, ohm might even be pushing it. Maybe not, actually. Like, maybe somebody would be willing to go for ohm, because I rolled high on light res and I rolled high on MF, and people care about those two stats. Well, and fire res, I guess, too, but at the same time, it's not tri-res. It's not tri-res. That's, I think, the main concern there. Whatever the case, whatever amount that people would be willing to fork up for these boots, I don't think that I'd be willing to really pawn these boots off. Like, these are like a once-a-season boots, and they actually work super well for my Mason, right? Like, if I take these off, what res do I even have, right? Like, this actually boosts my res by a lot. The two of the res that really matter. Ideally, if I had tri-res boots, it would help even more, but these were self-found, and they have high MF value. Anyway, yeah, basically, long story short, I don't plan to be selling these off. I think they'd be worth about if I had to trade them out, somewhere between gold to ohm, but I don't think I would be willing to trade these off for gold to ohm. I don't need a gold to ohm, but I definitely need these boots. Can I up those mofos? I probably could, but what's the point? I increase the strength requirement, and for what? So I can increase my kick damage? I mean, I guess, but I don't kick anything, so it doesn't really matter much. Or to increase the defense, I suppose, but, I mean, I'm not really relying on that to stay alive anyway. If I were you, I need exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't need an ohm, I definitely need these boots. If I want an ohm, I can spawn myself a fucking ohm, that's no problem. I'll just go over to, like, Countess or some shit. Well, I'll go farm Tikis, or, you know, like, I'll just sell a bunch of scraps, I'll make it to ohm, or Gull, or Vex, or whatever, right? But I definitely don't think I'm going to be coming across another pair of boots like these for the rest of the season. So fuck it. Ohm. Yeah, here we go. Shank sounds like a prison makeshift horrible thing. Yep, I agree. Like its own range decent boot. Yeah, I'd even say they're more than decent, but yeah, like, Ohm Rune is probably a good ballpark for it, maybe. I'm cracking up. Man, this Corlick guy, I don't even know. Spawn using my Slash Premium. Okay, well, I'm good, but I'm not that good, come on. She should teach English in school. Who's to say I don't? Maybe that is what I do. For a living. Who knows? That's not outside the realm of possibility with Shia. But you're right, though, ZZZ. Normal circumstances, fighting a mix... Wait, no, sorry. What you said was, I used to think, like, you just looking at the immunity was enough, but then I started color coding everything is quite nice. Oh, I believe that. Oh, I don't doubt you in the slightest. I can imagine that it comes in super handy for you. I'm not trying to say, oh, man, like what's the point? I'm just saying that I don't benefit very much from it. And I'm lazy. Yeah, but if ever I were to do P8 though, yeah, that's actually a super. Well, actually, in fact, this is relevant to me now that I think about it, because in the future I'm going to be doing P8, or I'm going to be attempting to do P8 bail runs. So when that happens, maybe I should consider actually marking the dolls as a different color. That'll be a really good time to do that. But yeah, for the time being, I think it's okay. How many gulls did you trade for an ohm? The most popular answer was 0. um. Well, I saw you make like 5 polls, so eventually I just stopped checking out the posts, to be honest. That's just me. Had a theory for over 3 years since I've been here for 4. He's a teacher, says Seth. I don't know what he teaches. His stream schedule matches pretty well with school schedule. Well, matches pretty well. That's a nice one. Except, I guess, for the occasional, what is it? When the ladder resets, you know? When the ladder just resets. I always am available for that. Anyway, can't wait to get Slash Premium Charm after 6 months. Yeah, man, can't wait for Slash Premium. It's gonna be some good shit. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to it. It's been a good set of... Yeah, congrats again on your rune, Corlick. But yeah, I'm gonna keep at it. And this time I actually memorized which run I was on. D65. Let's continue this run. You're just gonna have days off? Ha, that's true. That is also true. Ooh, and did I... Oh, what the? I didn't have this hotkeyed. Weird. The only item you can buy with real money and not get banned? Yeah, man. It's gonna be the new form gold system. The number of Slash Premium charms you have. You know? Oh yeah? And why is that why is that ZZZ? It's fun to see people theorize and come up with different ideas, but of course I'll never tell. Ah! Okay. Cold Enchanted or Enchanted Lightning Enchanted. Yeah, that's the kind of monster that makes me want to make sure that I max out my cold res. I even got another small charm with 7 MF and 10 cold res to add to the mix. Also paw colored, or it's the paw graphics, and it's 10 cold res, so a lot of stuff. Nah, and he holds all the knowledge of the universe so he could teach any subject. Yeah, dude. Yep, that's me. I clearly know everything about everything there is to know about everything. So, yep, that's why I belong as a teacher. As a noob, couldn't even teach finger painting, dude. Finger painting is just the basics of teaching. Okay, like. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know why you guys doubt why ZZZ doubts my teaching ability. Okay. It's actually consist all good spirited trolls. Well, some of them, most of them. But of course, not everyone's gonna agree with that. You're gonna tell me what you do when I come over for our 10-year anniversary? What is this, like? What is this, like freaking like dates and shit? Like, what are we like? I don't know, man. That's R2D2 works at Tim Hortons. I mean, as good a theory as any other. I'm not gonna deny that. Canadian barista. You know, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound like such a bad profession. I just have my own opinions regarding Tim Hortons, though. Exactly the biggest fan of Tim Hortons, but yeah, who knows? But yeah, for real though, 10-year anniversary. Well, I mean, I don't even know if I'll be here for 10 years, you know? Like, who knows? Okay, yeah, seriously, I really gotta start marking these guys as fucking, okay, let's just... Okay, yes, there you go. Good. Oh, that's why I'm having so much difficulty. Fucking pop fade. Alright, there you go. That's better. Now, I am invincible. I'm like, damn, these guys are hitting hard. And now they were like claw vipers, so I was like, okay, yeah, they're claw vipers. They're supposed to be painful to get hit by, but nope. I got you baited. It's not a date till I'm 18. Yeah, FBI, that's a joke. Shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I was like, I was gonna say something along those lines, but I was like, shit, I can't say that. You're use underage and shit, you know? Like, I won't be... Like, ooh, hold on, a GC, okay, that's pretty good. Like, I can imagine myself going to prison a number of different ways, but come on, man, like, that's just... It's just not a good way to go out, you know? 23? 33, okay. Can I even get a 23 Geeds? I can't remember if it ranges 25 to 40 or 20 to 40, but... Anyway, so this was 33, right? Free 33 Geeds here. Any takers? Our stuff is underrated. They say it'd be good for them children's brains development shit. Okay. Just subbed you on YouTube. Thanks for the jaw. I mean, you're welcome, I guess, but like, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. D66 1, WSK2. You always mess up fade slash burst of speed. Okay, the reality is this, okay? I'm impatient. So when I run out from town, I always activate burst of speed because I don't want to have the fucking wait to get back or to go all the way from town to WSK2. And then I just forget to activate fade right after. That's why I don't have fade available, alright? Just as an explanation. And I don't know why this guy's hanging around. Okay, no, he's taking the Geeds and he's peacing, right? Like, he's not coming here to, like, kill the rest of my mobs and shit. I certainly hope he's not, because, like, I'd just be... My mind would be blown, dude. Like, that'd be, like, next level. Fucking comes in and just starts shitting on everything with his necro. I was fully expecting him to, like, start teleporting in and killing everything. I'd have been very sad, Panda. Gonna kill Shank, get a jaw? I mean, yeah, come get them while they're hot, apparently, from D2D2's rooms, I guess. Anyway. Oh, I see. He's getting a different character to go and pick it up. Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to... Again, WSK2. Alright, good luck. Good. Perfect timing. I was just waiting for him to get his druid in and he can work out the rest. Yeah. Dobrunsky told me you made his coffee once. Well, shit. Caught me red-handed once again. See, I know how to cast the right skill when it needs to be cast. No problem. Hey man, I'm telling you, it was great meeting Dobrunsky. That's telling you, man, he's the man. The only person I'd want to meet more, Extremis. No, for reals though, it'd be pretty cool to meet Indrek. That guy. That fucking guy. And Ryu. I don't know. Actually, a lot of the D2 people. It'd be pretty cool to meet one day. But that won't happen. Do you want a 40 Geeds, or a 39, or a 38, or a 22? Well, I have a 40, so I'm pretty set, I think, for the time being. Did you just fucking hop away from my meteor? Dude, that's next level. He fucking charged out of the range of the meteor. Like, fucking come on. Best D2 player in the world? Well, I don't know which of these people you were referring to. Extremist, Indrek, Ryu, and Dobrunsky. I guess you could make a case for any of these folks, technically speaking. I mean, yeah, I don't know. D2 over Llama over Dobrunsky over ZZZ. Whoa. Whoa, hold on. I didn't come here to be rated, okay? I mean, I'm at the top of that list, and I appreciate it. So maybe I'm biased, but I almost feel attacked. I almost feel attacked. Dobrunsky, of course. Okay. Okay. Yes, he came with another account just to steal my jaw. This Corlick guy, dude, I'm telling you, like, you gotta look out for this guy, man. He's a shark. Alright? Like, you guys think that I'm the guy who's, like, hoarding all of the Buruns from 2 seasons ago? Yeah, 2 seasons ago? Like, no, man. This Corlick guy, or Thorazine, I don't know which he prefers to be known as. Yeah, this guy. You gotta look out for him, man. Dobrunsky over Indrik, over ZZZ, over Ryu, over Llama, over R2D2. Damn, dude. We're rating these D2 players. Like, next thing I know, we're gonna be like gonna have like a D2 battle royale, you know? Fucking like free for all PvP and like Bloodmore and shit. Or like Cold Plains just to be hipster. Link the friggin' Spears on video? Oh man. I like their nasal, overly optimistic description of ultra expensive niche shit characters. Okay, hold on, listen. This is... Whoa. Is this not what essentially I am doing though with this very character? This is literally what I do with this character and every other character I've played. I actually almost feel attacked. I know I had just said that, but like... But hold on, if anyone is doing this, like, even I had to be self-aware on this, okay? Like, if anyone is doing this whole, like, overly optimistic shit, it is definitely me. Like, no one out there, I fucking guarantee it, there is no one out there who will go to such lengths to try and make an MASIN work, and then to be able to say with a straight face to people, fuck yeah, this MASIN is solid. R2D2 over ZZZ according to Slash player rating. Was he even on the last Slash player rating? I don't know, man. Might not have been skilled enough to make the list. You were? Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, yeah, maybe you just didn't make the list, you know? Not enough skills. I was sleeping on the other. Oh, whoa. I'm surprised though. I mean, I'm glad that you like my content. I'm more so surprised that you don't like the others' content because I don't know, man. I guess that's just the nature of content creation. Like, there's gonna be different strokes for different folks, no pun intended. But yeah, a lot of Dobrunsky's content I look at, I'm like, yeah, no, this is honestly like. Well, maybe not just Dobrunsky's content, but like. I don't know. Just thinking of like the other content creators. Like Indrik is usually speedrunning. ZZ well, we're obviously memeing about him as a content creator. Then there's Ryu. Once again, he's a speedrunner. He doesn't make these videos. And Llama and Dobrunsky are the ones who I'd say actually make videos for builds that you might actually use in multiplayer. And Dobrunsky, in my opinion, does a really good job of making those build videos. Llama, I mean, he doesn't really make as many build videos from my understanding. Like, he makes, what? He made one video on how to make a budget Javazon, which wasn't really like or was it even a budget Javazon? I don't even think it was a budget Javazon, to be honest. It might have actually just been like a full-blown out Javazon, if I recall correctly. I don't know, man. Said I always make the top of the ladder, but don't have many hours played, which I took as a compliment, showing how I don't waste my time farming all day like your average Slash player. Yeah, well, like I said, different strokes for different folks. And besides, this bunny hopper, like, a lot of it is just. I mean, a lot of it is just nonsense anyway. Like I don't think that. Actually, I'll go up this way first, and then I'll go down left. I don't think that much of it is supposed to be taken seriously. Like I think in my case, I mean, they said something about my YouTube community, yeah, so they got that much somewhat accurate, but like there's definitely been things like Oh yeah, Coaster with his love for the Blizzard Sorceress, shit like that. It's like like you would not be caught dead with seeing Coaster playing a fucking Blizzard Sorceress. Okay, like that's just not gonna happen, unless there was like a really good reason for it. I mean, like a really good reason. But yeah, so I don't know. But some people actually seem to take it seriously, and I find it kind of amusing. Like the reactions that people have, and also the things that are said about other people. So I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. And I'll stream. I don't mind watching other people while you're not streaming. Mostly Llama and Dark. I don't know. Yeah. Like I do my own thing, and I don't know. Like I guess if you guys like it, if you guys consider it, to fuck's sake, I keep using Nagistaff at the wrong time. Like, I don't know why. Today I keep ending on Nagistaff instead of my claws, which I'm not supposed to be. Anyway, whatever, fuck. I mean, it's great that you guys enjoy my content. Like, that's really all I care about. Like, a lot of people say best, though, and I don't know. Sometimes I really wonder. I'm like, damn, dude, like, I don't know. I'm not... I mean, I just do things, right? Like, I make content. I make content that's similar to some and not so similar to others. And... Like, I have my way of doing things. I really don't think it's the best. In fact, if anything, I really like Dobrunsky's content a lot more than my own. Extimus's is interesting. And the rest of the people don't really make BNet related content anyway that were mentioned in that list, so I don't really think that that's a good comparison. Or maybe I shouldn't say BNet related. I mean like multiplayer related content. Like a lot of it's like speedruns and so on, that kind of stuff. Speedruns and like fully decked out builds in the case of Llama, although he didn't even make that many of those. Yeah, muffled. Oh yeah, you're an imitation away from being perfect. Ugh, muffled impression. Nah, dude, I actually can't imitate. I can't imitate Juntas. Like I can't do it, man. Like, that's the most difficult and worst person for me to imitate. Like, I don't think I could do it without mimicking either an Indian accent or a black accent. Like, when he plays D2 and has enough self-control not to play any stupid music on top of the game. Oh, that's respectable, and that's understandable. Like, there's definitely a lot of people who fall into that boat. But for me, I don't want to say my criteria is higher than that, but it's more like... There's different people who produce different types of content, and I think there's a certain level of like care that gets put in the content sometimes. Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. There's some people who just put out content for a specific character. I think that's the best way of putting it, right? Like if some people demo a Light Orc just by running the Light Orc, or by running Eldritch, or Players 1 Eldritch as their way of demoing the build, and I don't really think that really says much about the character, and I actually appreciate it when people put a little bit more, I guess, I don't want to say effort, but a little bit more care, I guess, into what they put out, or just a bit more... Like, you can actually get something out of a video, I guess, that's just not something that you could have already probably done yourself in about, like, 5 minutes. I guess it's just the easiest way of putting it. I mean, sure. Doesn't have faster run walk, but maybe it's a good temp. Yeah. Yeah. No FRW. Anyway, CTCF Nova, Nova 4 decks, 35 light, 31 fire, 11 PR. And I think, what, 4 MF? 6 MF? Rare boots? And this was run number... Of course, it has to be run number 69. Did I get the numbers on that right? Let's see. Light res 35, 4 decks. Ah, damn! I actually got it. Yeah. Wait. The MF was the only value I got wrong. But I got everything else right. That's pretty good. for one pass. Like, I was trying to do it all from memory because I wasn't able to see the numbers when I was writing those down. I think I watch on YouTube and stuff about cars. Video games I only watch live. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, although I guess in your case too, like, there's not really much to gain because there's like, you already know enough about the game, and if there's something that you didn't know, you'd know where to go and find that information yourself. You don't really need to rely on other people to give it to you. But for me, I don't know. I like seeing different people's like builds on other characters. Fade, dude. Anyway, yeah, like I like to see how other people make their own characters, right? Like, usually I do some variation of an existing meta build, like a Nova Baller or like a Whirlwind Barb. Although that's not meta, but I mean it's a pretty common build, I guess. But I don't know, like seeing how Dobrunsky builds his Cold Druid, for example, or seeing how I don't know, seeing how well, Indrek uploads his content to YouTube as well for world speed, like world records for speedruns, right? That kind of stuff. I like to go check those out too from time to time. That's always nice to see what else he's up to. Like, every time I fucking pull up his channel, it's like, oh, hey, recommended. Yeah, this guy just, beat the game in under like 3 fucking hours or whatever. It's just like, okay, well, that's pretty crazy. I don't want to see your edited fake gameplay. We talked about this before. I don't like to look up builds before I make them. I prefer to research them myself. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's good, actually. I mean, you definitely gain a lot more out of that too, right? But I mean, in my case, I'm usually like, I'm probably going to make a build a specific way anyway. Like, I've been playing expansion for so long that I know I have a. Well, once again, same. Like, I know kind of like what most of the items do that I would want or that I would need, and if there was something that I was curious about, like let's say I was looking for an item with like lightning absorb, I could just always check Amazon Basin, right? But like, sometimes it's nice to see how other people make their own characters too. Like, what they do is very seldom going to impact how I build my characters anyway, right? Like, that's just how it is for me. And besides, a lot of the time when I pull up other people's videos, I've already made a variation of that character myself anyway, so I don't know. I feel like it's just more for fun for me. I guess the bottom line is I don't use those videos of guides as inspiration. I just use it for entertainment. I guess that's the easiest way of putting it. Yeah, that's the most succinct explanation I think I've given today. Yeah, it's fun seeing what other people come up with, or how they build theirs. Do you think brand necro will work? Brand necro? You mean like with a bow? Because brand is a bow rune word, right? I mean, it could. But, I mean, will work is kind of, like, when you say work, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you want it to do? Do you want it to run, I don't know, do you want it to run, like, Chaos Sanctuary or something? Like, Players 1 Chaos Sanctuary, Players 7 Chaos Sanctuary, like, Bale runs, AT, like, there's a lot of different options. I thought those Stygian dolls had a lot of crushing blow. Stygian dolls? I don't think that they... Yeah, their damage is just insane. I don't know how exactly their damage mechanics work. I've always wanted to look into it. But I do know this, though. If you get hit by one of their ranged projectiles, you know, it's not really much of a big deal. If you get hit by one of their ranged projectiles with amp damage, it's still a bit of a problem, but it's still not a huge deal. For some reason, though, when a bunch of those projectiles hit you all at once, that's when you just immediately die, especially if you're amped. So, yeah, those monsters I avoid. That's why I don't farm WSK1 and WSK3, because that's a death sentence for this character. Beast on swap to become bear and brand to proc a bone spear on every attack, maybe PvP or like pit runs. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty cool setup. I mean, in my opinion, I think that'd be good. I don't. Well, it would work. Probably not PvP. The PvP is its own demon. Like I really don't think a brand necro would be something used for PvP. Like you'll just get kited probably by most builds in that case, and you'd probably rather just use a bone necro for that, like a standard bone necro. But if you're talking about PVM, that's a different story too, right? Like pit runs, you can certainly run a pit run with this bear, like brand bear, and it sounds like a really unique build too. But I mean, It might take a while. Like, the reality is, if you're using Brand and if you're in bear form, you can't cast Corpse Explosion, which is probably the fastest way you could deal with bits. So if you're okay with that, then all the power to you. But yeah, that's really as much as I can say about that. Fire Druid PvP is the best. I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never actually played Fire Druid PvP, but I can certainly tell you I've never heard or seen, nor do I have reason to believe that a like a Brand Bone Necro would be good for PvP. But yeah, with regards to this Brand Necro though, what comes to mind for me, like when I hear about this Brand Necro, is actually Chaos, believe it or not. The reason why Chaos comes to mind is there's a lot of... Okay, there we go. Yeah, like, you can just seal glitch with a Brand Necro, right? Like, you can just... And the monsters are never immune to you, and they take, like, a good amount of damage from magic damage, so Bone Spear especially. Like, if you're hitting, like, a 3 to 4k damage Bone Spear, like, you're certainly not doing as much damage as hammers, but it still gets the job done. Like, get in, like, 1 or 2 good Bone Spears on what's his name? Grand Vizier of Chaos, and then get in a few good Bone Spears on Lord Desay, and then get like a bunch of Bone Spears on Infector of Souls, and then you could just seal glitch like that. Or you could even do like spam Corpse Explosion after that, right? Like there's some options there for you for sure. So I would say that actually Chaos Sanctuary might not be too bad with the Brand Necro, but I can't imagine pits being super smooth, like if you're going into bear form with Brand and relying mostly on Bone Spears to do the work for you. It sounds like a really fun build though. I just don't know how quick it would be. Bear can't tell. No, Bear can't telly. That's the problem. No, it's not that it can't telly on that FCR. It cannot telly at all. So that's a problem. Yeah, so that's why when I hear bear form, like it sounds fun in the sense that you know walk around and start like whacking people super fast in bear form with Bone Spear or whatever, but at the same time you're not you won't be able to teleport around. So I mean, I'd rather just use the bow itself. Alright, 3 minutes. I'm actually really happy with this. I'm honestly really happy with this. Like, I'm not consistently hitting sub 3 WSK runs, but all things considered, with the monsters being as, well... I mean, I'm kind of like doing this half-assedly, because I'm also, well, 1, because I'm chatting with you guys, and 2, because, like, I'm not actively trying that hard to try and push them sub 3. So I'm really happy with where I'm at. I get to chat and chill with you guys while I do this, so it's pretty awesome. I think tonight I can actually push for run 100. So yeah, that's pretty good. Just make a Zeal Necro. Yeah, there's another good option. Well, oh, a good option though. I think there's only one thing that gives Zeal, and that's Passion. And if you're using Passion, you can't really... Well, I guess you can make Passion a Grief Phase Blade. How would that even work? One sec. Yeah, Passion and a Phase Blade. There we go. Yeah... I mean, I'm sure somebody might do it. Anyway, let's go back. Some stuff back earlier. There's a lot of stuff that was said, and I didn't really get a chance to address all of it for sure. Yeah, RTD2's best budget build videos. I mean, that's... It's really hard. Okay, here's the thing with Shield. Like, with regards to the budget build videos, it's really hard to... I don't want to say I have, like, the best build videos or whatever, but there's just not that many people who were making that kind of content, which is why I made it in the first place, right? It's not really... It's hard to say if it's the best or the worst if, you know, I'm really the only one who's making, like, these build guide or these budget builds in earnest, right? Like I saw there's a guy, Iceman, I think. He made his own Javazon guy. Let me pull it up because I want to talk out of my ass because I swear to fuck, like I think. You know, give me a sec. I'm gonna back out of here quickly. I'm gonna pull this up. Iceman budget Javazon. I swear to fuck, I think he went. Yeah, here we go. Iceman's budget Javazon build for ladder reset. Okay, here we go. Let's check this out. Griffins. That's what he had. He had a fucking Griffins. Let me just double check that. Yeah, yada yada yada, yada yada. Yeah. Anyway, I broke my my self rule of not trying to name people when I do this. But okay, laying of hands. Yeah, yada yada yada. I don't know. Okay, so he doesn't have Titan's Revenge, but he has a Griffs. That just blows my mind. Where is it? Okay, he has Silk Weaves. That's fine. Just wish he'd mouse over his helmet. Did he include it? Oh, fuck. Anyway, whatever, fuck. Basically, point is this. Yeah, Griffins. It was supposedly Griffins. That's what I was getting at. Like, I've seen a lot of people who make these videos where it's supposed to be budget, but it's like, or some variation of the word budget, and it's like, oh, well, you know, yeah, you're certainly going to have a Griffins on day one. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, at that point, I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to, like, that's why I made these budget videos. I'm like, there's a lot more that could be done. I don't even need to present it that well. The information just needs to get out there. You don't need a fucking Titan's Revenge to get a Javazon started. And yet, yeah, I don't know, man. There's people who, I don't know. There's not as many people who are interested in making these budget videos, even though that's what a lot of the single-player people need. Or the people who don't use D2JSP, for example, right? If you use D2JSP, like, you're playing a completely different game. That's honestly not Diablo 2. Well, okay, that's a bit elitist for me to say, but no, seriously, like yeah, a lot of D2 comes from actually grinding out your characters and getting them up from the ground up. And it's understandable that not everyone knows how to do this, which is fine. But also going around trying to tell people, like, yeah, well, this is how you make a fully decked out character. It's like, well, fan-fucking-tastic. Like, how do you make it there? That was always a problem. You don't need Aki to get your sword started. Just have a random infinity. I know, right? Like, it's weird. It's honestly really bizarre. Hurt myself today, it's true, but it won't stop me from trying to 99. Yeah, dude, nice of you to join us, Bernie. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you hope you get your I don't know, I'm tripping on my commentary today. I'm sure you guys have noticed, but yeah, hope your hand gets a bit better today, or gets a bit later going forward. Heard you mention that you did injure your hand, which is... Fuck! No! No! Okay, there we go. That's fine. That was annoying. I tried to switch my weapon and then teleport out, but it didn't let me, for whatever reason. Let's see. I need background noise, yeah. WSK2 is very easy now. This is so awesome. First Plague, then Jaw. D2D2 is my spirit creature. This was from 20 minutes ago, but still, I wanted to actually get through all the things you guys said, and yeah, that's pretty cool though. I mean, I'm telling you, man, that Plague is pretty bonkers good. Came back and flexing on you with a stolen Jaw. Oh man. So I see when your secret contract is over, I'm out of here. What does that even mean? Person for me, either an Indian or a black accent. Yeah, I'm just being real here. Like that's what it'll come out to be. Life is Chivas. Okay, so I addressed a bunch of stuff. They can one-shot the toughest endgame melee character if surrounded. Yeah. Just make a Zeal Necro. According to the D2 wiki, it's because they're explosive death animations. Okay, I'm not I'm not worried about the, Oh, you're talking about Stygian dolls, my bad. I was thinking the Stygian witches. Oh, man, I've not had enough sleep for this shit. Earlier when you were talking about Stygian dolls, I thought you meant Stygian witches for some reason. I was talking about Stygian witches this entire time. Stygian dolls are a fucking crazy-ass nightmare. That's what they are. Anyway. Here's injured LeBron, yeah. More budget than the Nephroon I can't get. This guy. That base would have been so GG for you. Oh yeah, I saw it earlier before I started the stream, and then I actually replied to you, but yeah, I guess you had not seen it. Anyway. Yep. Ah, oh, man. Okay, this is going to take a while. Anyway, Double Dream Necro. I mean, honestly, yeah, it would have been nice to see a Double Dream Necro work. It's kind of unfortunate that really you're limited to either Double Dream Pally or Double Dream Sork. But anyway, let's see what Kamikaze guys don't spawn. Okay, that's not right. The thing is, the Kamikaze... Oh, you're talking about... Wait. When you say Kamikaze, you're not referring to the fetishes. You're talking about the stupid Frenzy spawns or Hell spawns, or whatever the fuck they're called. The ones that blow up and don't drop you anything. Those are pretty annoying, I'll agree. Feels kind of like a waste of time, running those. But at the same time, though, I guess it's not really a huge deal for me either, because 1,000 runs for me is 1,000 runs. I win either way. Either it's a waste of a run, and I can just move on to the next one, or, you know, if there's like souls and shit, then I have more chances to get valuable items, right? Like, WSK is fun if it doesn't spawn 3 groups of birdie bitches. You mean the, I guess Stygian witches, which is what I was talking about earlier. Frenzied guys, they give 0 XP, 0 drops, they stun you so bad. The Frenzied guys? Frenzied guys. Ah, yes, those. Yep, I hear you, dude. Yeah, those are annoying because they're a waste of time, I think, more than anything else. Like, they're just annoying. Like, you don't ever really want to come across those, of course, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, whatever, no big deal. Yeah, that's honestly the worst case scenario. Well, I mean, it's the worst case scenario if you're trying to MF, I guess. Because what I was going to say is, like, they're the worst case scenario always, but if you're, like, a speedrunner, then yeah, you want to have a WSK2 where you get nothing but frenzy spawns, because at that point, it's an easy trip to the throne. But if you're, of course, trying to MF, that's a completely different story. Okay, I'll try to actually focus a little bit more on this one. Although this might be a bit... Okay, that's some bullshit right there. There's gotta be a way to take him out, dude. I don't have a good way to... I fucking killed the only monster that would have allowed me to hit him. Oh, I can stun him out. Okay, come on. Come on. It's a full clear here, so I actually have to... well, I guess either way, he just died over the... Anyway, whatever. You know what? If a monster just ends up on the ceiling like that from now on, I'm not gonna go and chase after them. Like, fuck that. I don't have a way to go deal with that. Like, what a waste of time. I can afford to let a few monsters go, I guess. Fucking hang on the ceiling and shit. Especially if I'm not gonna be able to. I don't know. Can't believe how I died yesterday. Sucked so much. Oh yeah? How did you die? Oh, what happened? 3 boss groups of birds in WSK2 wrecked me. Ooh, yes. Those are scary. Honestly, though, I don't even blame you. Like, that's not easy. Those are some of the most scary monsters that I think people don't really talk about very often. Like, we'll definitely talk about dolls and souls and like and tomb vipers, of course. Yeah, that's incredibly scary too. But no one ever really talks about frenzy tours and also Stygian dolls, or not Stygian dolls, sorry, Stygian witches. Those could be very, very painful to deal with. Bastard COVID killed them all. I mean, in an ideal world I should be able to, but alas. Braun died after my 2 deaths at level 97 thanks to Desay. Oh yeah? Oh man. Actually, what level are you now, anyway? Bernie. Definitely hurt. I even potted, but was too late. Even got the pot sound. Yeah, that's the worst feeling when you fucking pot up, or you use the pot, and then it's like, oh, rip. For G-Face, for Zealer? Yeah, I'll let somebody else answer that. I don't know. I mean, I made a Zealer a while back, but like, I don't... Well, maybe Cham? Yeah, no, I'll let somebody else answer that. No, because like, I made a Zealer a while back, but I tailored it a specific way. And I know a lot of the more knowledgeable melee people could give a probably better answer. I think I've cleared everything, honestly. I'm pretty sure I'm done here. Whatever, if I miss a few, no big deal. Well, nah, it is a pretty big deal for me, but I'm pretty sure I got everybody, so I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah. Okay, go on GS4. Did he actually ZZZ? I'm gonna go with lemon guess. No, I forgot to pop fade again, but whatever. Yeah, I would go on a lemon guess that you're kidding, but who knows at this point. Okay, let's. Now I needed to focus on some IRL stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. Every time I go see your character's last active day. Actually, yeah. ZZZ, weren't you also trying to push for 99 too? I just remembered. There was like a number of people who were trying to go for 99 today. Not today. This season. Like, yeah. Like, when I really sat down and thought about it, I realized that I'd never seen so many people in a single season push for 99. I mean, there's some very obvious reasons why everyone right now, of all times, are going for 99, but yeah, like, still, I just didn't expect to see so many 99s, and at that so soon. So yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. Yeah, same. Hope things are going well with you, man. Know what that's like. Freaking having to deal with IRL stuff when you want to just play some D2, or maybe not D2 necessarily, but just do other stuff. Fun stuff. Always hoping to go 99, just trying to figure out how I want to do it. Okay. When you say always go 9... Oh, the Bearded Axe. Is this... Spell Steal! Oh shit, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a Spell Steal. I'll hold on to Spell Steal. Most people don't keep Spell Steal, but I don't know. I love my Spell Steal, of course. Very underrated item. Worth marking it down for me. Like to see my sin Washia's Barb 99. Yeah, no, I think that's fucking awesome that you guys are going that route. Of course, I will not be joining you guys in the way of the 99s. Like, maybe one day I'll sit down and say to myself, yeah, I feel like doing it, but no. My goal this season, I'm really trying to pace myself here, is going to be strictly to make it to 1,000 WSK runs. That for me is my goal. Like, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Like, WSK is a pretty dynamic area. It's honestly probably the most fun area for me to farm, that's not chaos. Like, I still to this day, I'm still like, you guys know me, chaos is like my number one, my numero uno, but like, I don't know, WSK is pretty fucking awesome in the sense that, unlike with other areas, you get a very large spread of which monsters spawn, which means that most of your runs aren't going to be like, they're pretty dynamic. Like, you're not going to, you know, anytime you go to AT, you're going to come across zombies and slow monsters all around, probably, and maybe some ranged, like, skeletons, the skeleton magi or whatever, but here you don't know. Sometimes it'll be bats, sometimes it'll be flares, sometimes it'll be souls, right? Sometimes it's going to be a combination of all three. Maybe it's scarabs, and then of course it's 3 levels. Like, you can go WSK1, you can go WSK3 afterwards, you can do all 3, you can go throne room after, right? Like, there's a lot of options, and I really think that WSK's one of the most enjoyable places in the game to farm because of that. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Spellsteal is weird as hell. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. I do think also that it's a highly underrated spot. Sorry, not highly underrated spot. It's a highly underrated item, I meant. Because yeah, like, there's not many other items in the game that'll give you teleport charges and also decrep charges, and you know, it's a very niche item. Like, I'll say it straight up, it's a very niche item, but still, like, for the few builds that it works on, it works out really well. Actually, I shouldn't even say the first of the few builds, because here's the thing, on Slash, because you have access to Bobarb, it frees up your switch. You don't really need to have a CTA. Which means that for a lot of characters, actually, you could totally throw on Spellsteal, right? Like Hammerden, you could, well, okay, maybe not a Hammerden. That's a terrible example. But if you're playing a Sork, if you're playing like a Javazon, maybe, if you're playing like maybe like a Boa, if you're like a Druid or something, I guess, right? Like, there's definitely a few options you have with the Spellsteal. I've been working from home so lots of time. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I thought maybe this ladder I would have time, but IRL stuff happened and I didn't want to compete with all the employed people. That's... yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Don't attack me. Actually amazed with Sork to level 96 without Infinity and made it, just LRing. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean... yes. That's pretty cool, though. Like, yeah. 8 to 95 without infin or anything. I think the farthest I ever got without infinity was my assassin? Well, I guess technically my necro, because my poison necro actually made it to 95 from doing the 1,000 full clear chaos runs, like that one season. But of course, I don't know if I'd really count that. Trying to plan going 99 with at least farming possible. Yeah, and presumably without just stealing somebody's infinity if they were to just hand it out to you too. Solo self found at 99. Oh, that sounds like a really cool goal. Don't know how you're gonna do the player counts though. Like, if you're, I mean, I'm guessing you're gonna at least 4 box. I don't know if you're gonna try to push for 8 box. Well, not 8 box, but players 8 or what. Okay. And I'll just walk the rest of the way. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. That was painful. SSF would be P4 only, playing solo? Okay. Fair enough. I mean, when I see SSF, I think, like, items, right? Like, solo self-found items, but when it comes to... well, in your case, if you're going to be doing, like, it by yourself, the leveling post is by yourself, then fair enough. That's I guess, one way of putting SSF too, or looking at SSF. Anyway, alright, cool. We are 2 hours in, and I've done almost 50 runs, and honestly, I'm really happy with this pace. Like, I remember when I first started these WSK runs, man, they were a fucking disaster. Like, I'm glad that I took the time to actually figure out and experiment with different builds to try and see if I could speed it up. I could probably even speed it up farther right now. Who knows? Maybe there's a way. I don't know. But whatever the case. Okay, there you go. Whatever the case, I'm really happy with 3-minute average runs at this point. Like, I'll take it. How do I want to do this, though? It kind of splits off into different directions. Z had a reset squad. Don't lie, man. ZZZ 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Would be self-found while playing with other people. Yeah, okay. Okay. That makes sense, actually. I've never really paid much attention to that. I always just look at SSF as solo self-found, but I guess solo self-found at that point would just be redundant. But yeah. Having said that, either way, that's cool. I mean, you do you. And I mean, if it works for you, then yeah, that's awesome. I mean, for me, I'm definitely not doing things solo self-found, but I'd say that a lot of my wealth is going to come from doing this myself anyway, so that's really a huge deal. Okay, hold on a second. Ah, fuck. I knew it. I should have backed out sooner. You can do group self-found where you play with a closed group. Yeah, honestly, I've always wanted to do that. Like, I don't think I'm going to be doing it. I have way too much on my plate, and, I mean, I still have this character to play among other ones, but why the fuck is he so annoying to deal with? Hold on. Extra fast, Aura Enchanted, Lightning Enchanted. I don't see which Aura he's using, though. And where's the other one? Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, where's the other one? I want to actually see this for myself. Multiple shots, extra fast, cold enchanted. Okay, well that explains a lot. Fucking multi-shot is the, I think, reason why I'm taking so much damage, and same with my Merc. And of course they're fucking Claw Vipers. That's always fun. Not interested in that, though. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I figure you wouldn't want to do a closed group anyway. But in my case, I would. I mean, like, ideally, I would just want to play BNet. In an ideal world, honestly, I would just want to play BNet with no Realm Down, with no fucking botters and JSP and dupes and exploits and shit like that. Honestly, I would very much enjoy that. But alas, no such option exists. So I feel like the closest thing I would get to that is group self-found, if that's how you would put it. But I mean, I don't have any friends, so that option's kind of off the table for me. So I settle for this instead, letting people see my silly progress with some silly character every season. Hey, unique ring. That's not bad. Alright, I'm just gonna let my Merc deal with that while I ID this. Come on, 1, 2, 3, and I'm gonna guess Nature's Peace. Aw, fuck my life, dude. I just popped the full rejuve while I was mousing over it. Ah, Carrion Wind. Fuck off! This fucking guy just refuses to leave me alone. Anyway, Carrion Wind. What's the, what are the variable rolls on Carrion Wind anyway? 55%. 9 LL. That's pretty good. What's the defense to missiles? 155. Wow. Okay, cool. Or 9 LL 155. Def, Carrion Wind. And, what is this? Run number 75, I believe. I just want to play Beanie. Yes, just take what I said completely out of context. It's exactly the way to go, I guess. I actually played 2-8 with Knock, but last one I played solo on Reset. Fair enough. Go back to solo next time. Okay. Reset group was like, be like LeBron 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And their friends 2. Bernie. 2A is very hard to do with someone. We practiced a lot and it was still quite stressful on Reset, but we hit 91st. You said with someone we practiced a lot. Oh, okay. So you did that with Knock. Because I remember USA did that with somebody else. I can't remember who the second person was. That was a couple seasons back. But, yeah. That's... Up until now, that was, I think, one of the few people I'd seen who were vouching for P28. Can I buff with Demon Limb? I can, yeah. I can, but I don't know if that helps me very much. Well, no, who am I kidding? It doesn't really help me at all. It might help my Merc, but it doesn't really help me. I already have like a 95% chance to hit, even with normal attack, I believe. Yeah, 91% chance to hit, but I would never really normal attack a monster anyway. I'd be using Dragon Claw specifically. So it's... Fuck off! These monsters are so dangerous today. If you actually want to be fast. Yeah, I guess fair enough. Yeah, level 90. Did you say that you hit 90 on the first... You said you were first to 90. Was that like 90 on opening evening? I can't remember. If full group is easier to get to 80, but then you probably won't hit 90. Yeah, damn, that's crazy. Opening night, you hit level 90. Yep. I mean, to be honest with you, ZZZ, I was thinking about it. I don't think I'd ever... I don't know if I'd ever do, like, first to 90, but it'd be fun to see if I could be first to Enigma or first to Infinity in a season. That'd be fun. That's definitely something I would want to do in a future season, but of course, I don't think it's going to be in the next few seasons. The closest thing I've got trying to 2.8, or well, no, sorry, not 2.8, but P4.1, and be trying to push for 90 or some other arbitrary number right off the start of the season. Anyway, can regular Countess drop Thul? I believe the answer to that is no. No. Weren't I first Infinity? I guess. I think I was. That's true. I think I was, but I wasn't... It's a good question. I don't know. The honest answer is I'm actually not sure. I got it day 2. Maybe okay, fine. Maybe not first Infinity, more like early day 2 Infinity or late day 1 Infinity, or even like any day 1 Infinity would be good enough, but honestly, yeah, because I was thinking about it like last season, or sorry, the last time I pushed for Infinity, I did LK non-stop, and I honestly don't think that that's the I don't really think that that's the fastest way to go. I think that the fastest way to go would be to try and make it to well, maybe not the fastest way to go, but a faster way would be to try and go for Chaos to start. And I'd want to do that in the future. I'd want to give that a try. That theory of mine. Where if you start... Well, I have talked to you about this. I've talked to you about this more than anyone else, actually. I mean, we even talked about this when it was just you and me a while back. But yeah, like, there's definitely a season that I would want to try this theory of mine, where it's like... Wouldn't it be possible to try and just... basically spam Chaos, I guess, is just the bottom line. I think LK is faster, but I don't do LK. Yeah, well, I mean, makes sense. I mean... Because the thing is with LK, you're basically at your peak coming out of like right when you make it to LK. As long as you have like something like 105 FCR, that's probably about as fast as you'll be going for the majority of those runs anyway. Like what I mean is when you're like running cows, you go from like, let's say, 4-minute runs to 3-minute runs to 2-minute runs, and maybe like 1.5-minute runs. Chaos, maybe you'll go from, 3-minute runs, 2-minute runs, 1-minute run, and then maybe 45-second runs or some shit like that. With LK, you're gonna be doing 20-second runs throughout pretty consistently, and that's just really how it is, right? Like there's no real room for improvement on that. Like the time ceiling and the time floor on that is really going to be somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds. That's just the bottom line, and that's not going to change. Every now and then there's going to be like some vultures who hover around a chest, but yeah, like you're at your peak performance at the start, but that peak performance isn't as good as if you can get a really good Chaos or a really good cow time, in my opinion, on Slash. Like in single player you can have like a 6 chest spawn. With LK you can have roll a really good map, whatever. But here on Slash, where the maps randomly generate, I really don't think it's as good. if you can do like day one but maybe not day one, but if you're doing like 2 maybe 3 minute cow runs or like 2 minute chaos runs even, I believe chaos would probably even be faster, or cows would be faster. Let me just check something quickly. 60. Okay, maybe not 2 minute chaos runs, maybe closer to like 90 seconds or less, but anyway, yeah, it's just a theory, something I want to play around with in the future, just a thought. So LK is better on day one. Yeah, well, but what if you could get those runs even faster? Like, if you could get those chaos runs to be super fast, then would it be better than LK? That's something that I would want to test out one day. And that's going to be way more fun than watching me run LK 3,000 times back to back too. So yeah, I'm telling you guys, I don't usually like to reveal future plans, but I want there to be a season one day where I just sit down and I revisit the sort, because I wasn't revisit the sort because I wasn't entirely like, I wasn't like disappointed. But it left me wondering that season when I ran 3000 LK. Like, it's definitely something I want to test. I want to give an honest shot. Okay, that's just the bottom line. And yeah, that's something that, yeah, I'm not really too concerned about being like, oh, this is one of my future plans. Because yeah, like really, it's a thought of mine. I'm like, it's something I want to try. Come on, man, just die. Where's my chance to hit these guys? Is it okay, hold on. They'll die to the fire. Oh, hey, look, he dropped a GC. But yeah, is it because these guys have like a chance to block or something? Like, these guys are much harder to hit than the other monsters, I noticed. Okay, now it's fine. Come on, man, just hit me so I can pop lower res. Like, how hard is this? I did like 10 LK runs on my SP and I hated it so much. Yeah, the other thing too is the other reason I don't like LK, I don't personally feel like it's the way the game was meant to be played. Like, I don't discourage other people from doing it on that. There's no, like, moral, like, oh, you shouldn't do this because it's just morally unright. Like, no, fuck, like, it's part of the game. Like, you know, use it, right? But I feel like, personally, like, it's just, I play this game because I want to, like, fucking kill shit. I want to, like, have a build, and I want to, like, fucking go and crush everything, you know? I don't want to fucking sit around in this, like, jungle and just pop open chests nonstop for the entire fucking day. I'm going to guess 36? 33. 33 again. 33 needs. Any takers? They do block. Okay, good. Well, nice to know. Well, okay, actually, no, that's not good. Because now, at least I know what the cause of me missing a little bit more against these monsters is, but on the downside, I can't actually do anything about it. Can't block when stunned? Okay, maybe I can do this then. Oh yeah, thank you for this, Bernie. That helps a lot. D76-1. Thorzine's trying to tell Moltres to go make a Phoenix Strike Assassin. Okay. Yes. Okay, hold on a sec. Many monsters block. That's why Warcry stun is OP, even on Bale Waves. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool, actually. I never knew that. I mean, I never knew that stun prevents them from blocking. That's fucking crazy. ACS can be just as good as LK on day one, but you would need a good plan. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? And that, for me, is infinitely more interesting than fucking running chests. And I think that the idea is there. Now I just need a, I believe, what would they call it? Proof of concept, I think, or whatever. Basically, yeah, I need a specific goal, and I need to be able to prove that I can hit that goal. For me, I'd be aiming for like a minute 15 chaos run, or well, I mean, of course it'd be seal glitch runs, of course, but yeah, minute 15 seal glitch. Now that's gonna be tough to try and hit, but yeah. I think that right off the gate, a minute 15 seal glitch is tough to do, if not impossible. But if you get like even a little bit of gear, it's definitely possible. It's not all RNG. You have to be doing the right things to allow RNG to happen. Yeah, I know, and I always say that, but that's not even what I'm getting at here. What I'm getting at is just that the idea I have is like, okay, well, is there a way to try and like trump LK or like get faster than LK? Like we're coming right out of reset, like with like no gear. Yeah, probably LK is gonna be like the way to go. But if you have even like minimal gear that will allow you to properly seal glitch, I think that yeah, you can get those those chaos runs to be quicker than WSK, and that's just speaking for runes, right? Like that's not even factoring in that at least in Chaos you can actually get bases for your character and unique and set items, which will technically save you runes too in the long run, because then you don't have to fucking pay a premium for you know, pay a premium for even like let's say a Shaco or like a Skulders or whatever. I don't know. Or sorry, Viper Magi, I guess that's a good one. Because like early ladder, you know, sometimes Viper Magi will go for like fucking Gull or whatever, which is pretty nuts. Hold on a sec, let me see if I can get somebody. I'll borrow Seth's account quickly, so I can... Actually, he probably already has a Geed, so I can't use that to transfer, whatever, fuck it, I'll just use this one. Which character is it? Just this one? Okay, here we go. Let's try this one. The 76 one. There we go. I can go and transfer this Geed. Oh, wait a second. Right, I need to go and pick up the Geeds because that character. Hope the game doesn't drop on me. If it drops on me, I'll be very, very upset. But you know, this is me trying to do a good deed. Trying to help out a Lobby here. The case of a Geeds. We used to have a perfectly good Geeds otherwise. Okay. And I can go and throw him that Geeds. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that delay. Now I'm going to go back to the, doing what I was originally doing. What do I got? Magistaff. Good. I'm actually almost out of gold, too. I'm going to have to probably pay for some more gold later, which is fine. Honestly, paying for 2.5 million gold to do 50 runs, one for 50 for 50 runs is pretty solid. And I still have my, I'm still scrapping together ums from people and mals, so I don't think I'll be out of gold anytime soon, which is good. Anyway, what else? What else are you guys saying? With Blizz, Sork, Bobarb, and Paladin, like we talked about, you should be able to do sub 2-minute CS runs, but you need to level 3 characters. Yeah, no, exactly. That is, that's definitely, that takes time to level those 3 characters. And of course, having to box all those characters is also a pain in the ass. At least for me, it would be. Maybe you're like the god of multi-boxing or something, and you can make all 4 like these 3 specific characters work. But in my case, yeah, it definitely takes time for me to box those characters all in. Anyway. I don't want to try Seal Glitch Chaos Day 1 with a charged in. It was super fast, and with the right gear, you can get some pretty early CV items. I mean, I'm not so concerned about you being able to kill the monsters in Chaos Sanctuary with the charged in. I'm more concerned about how you're going to charge from the seal entrance or the entrance to Chaos all the way to the last seal. The farthest you could probably get with charge is just under the middle pentagram, all the way to the last seal. But yeah, I don't think that like teleport is probably the only way you can get through all of the monsters in Chaos before you pop last seal. Or I guess if you use multiple characters, that's one way to do it. You could stick like characters at different points in Chaos so that you can get all the drops from those areas, that's an option. Anyway. So glitching on day 2 of ladder, did so many runs within the first 500. I got Sir Burr, but Enigma took forever after that. 1 minute runs. Yeah, exactly. Like first 500 you get Sir Burr. That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like I'm thinking that yeah, Chaos fucking pays out, dude. Like I know not everyone's gonna have the same experience as I do, right? Like some people run like 1,000 Chaos, or yeah, they run 1,000 Chaos and they get jack shit to show for it, and it's not even about being slow or what. Like they literally do 1,000 Chaos and they get jack shit. You know, people get dry streaks of like 200 runs. Like it happens. That's RNG. However, okay. From my experience, generally I get a lot of runes in Chaos. Like, the mob density is so high, like so huge. There's the ghost type monsters, not as many as in certain other areas like Arcane, of course. But more than that, it's just the runs are fast. Like the runs are just really, really quick. You know, a minute at the most when you're more geared out, right? So it's like it's hard not to get anything from Chaos, at least in my case. And I also have traditionally really good luck in that area. That's just how it is. Of course, like maybe that'll change the season that I attempt to do Chaos Sanctuary like for real, but you know, the idea is there. What build do you use? For CS, Blizzork with Chanted Merc. To level the characters, I just did boss groups in normal until 20, then Cows, then Bales till they were all 60, then Chaos the rest of the time. I mean, so on normal. Wow, okay. Yeah, all this talk is making me want to actually do this next season even. Oh, man. Very, very tempting. Very tempting to give it a try next season. To show you guys what, like, I actually have an idea as to how I would want to do it. Like, yeah, but I don't know. That's, of course, that's something that I'm going to be doing at, like, a future season, because there's things I want to do next season and so on, but I'm telling you guys, like it'll be really fun to actually be able to have to juggle this whole multi-box 4 boxes and show you guys kind of like how I would use multiple characters for day 1. It sounds like it sounds way more interesting than running LK 3,000 times, and at least then I'll be able to have a standard to compare my results to. Even if, once again, right, like who knows, maybe my luck will be super good or it'll be super bad. That's always a part of the game, but anyway. No matter what happens, at least I'll be getting XP. that much I can say. That much I can say. TP'd in boxes of bosses. Yeah, I think it's a little bit faster to G-Rush here, jerk to hell with Sork, then leash them somewhere in hell to level them 1 to 60. Boss groups in normal until 20. I mean, I like being able to bail in normal for a bit less tedious and more powerful Nightmare in Hell. Most of them only need level 45, 50. Yeah. I'm with both of you on this one. I mean, from what I've seen, like the Cold Sork route, like starting Sork, presumably Cold Sork, right, when you make it to Hell, and then leveling your characters with the Sork as the G-Rusher is quicker than normal, but of course it's, you can actually get some pretty good loot from Nightmare and normal, which can help you with when you make it to Hell, which, you know, doesn't sound like all that crazy, but actually, yeah, like, I don't know, there's some pretty cool items that you can get from normal Nightmare if you take a bit of extra time to go and farm that, I guess. Rather than just having naked level 60 characters. It's not easy to play the naked Sork in Hell with no bow, but if you can, it's a lot. See, that's the other thing too. And that's a really big thing. Like at least when you 4-box and go through the game like that, like you have access to battle orders when you make it to Hell, which makes things a lot simpler. But yeah, if you actually can survive hell with Blizzsork and no bow, then yeah. Well, the thing is, you don't even really need to. You don't even really need to know how to play Blizzsork super well in hell, though. You just need to be able to make it to Act 2, and then once you make it to Act 2, you can level off of AT. If you level your barb right away, it's much easier. Oh yeah, for sure, it's easier. Yeah, I would say that easier is a good word for it. But I think that yeah, there's like if your sole goal is to try and make it to hell ASAP, and then to try and level your characters to 60, I do think that yeah, you'd probably be quicker off with just going Blizzsork, but Blizzsork and then pushing your characters into hell like that. But at the same time, yeah, like it's easier to go bow barb because then you don't have to do as much. Well, at least your Sork won't be a complete glass cannon in hell. Like she'll have a bit of health to work with, which is really nice. The more I think about it, G-Rush all your characters to hell with Sork, then leech them somewhere in hell to levels 1 to 60 is a very good idea. And that's the thing, like, that's something which... That's definitely something that's been on my plate for a long time. Well, either of these two options, actually, would be fine for me. Every season that I play on Slash, I'm always playing with other people, right? Like I'm always doing ladder reset team with the last minute heroes or whatever, and we usually play through the game and we have a lot of fun with that, right? So that's that's usually why I don't ever do this. But actually trying to 4-box through the game, with either there's two methods. I've talked about this to people already in the past. You have two options. You can either simultaneously level all of your characters through the game as you play, or you can level all your characters to 60 and then... Or sorry, level your Sork over to 60 and then try to level your other characters afterwards, right? Or maybe not even to 60 necessarily, but you just need to make it to hell. So that's just the bottom line. You don't even level Barb even. That's true, exactly. I would hate doing Act 3 Hell with no bow on Sork. Act 2 sucks for leveling blocks because of the long walks to TP. That's why I hate that strat. Yeah, I mean... because of the long walks to TP. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that does get a bit annoying, I can imagine. The way that I figured out to try and mitigate that, the whole having to, like, move 3 characters all the way over to AT, the way I do it is I take 2 boxes... and then I start moving 1 box, and then I move the other box to follow that first box. So at least you can save a bit of time that way. I wanted to try and get it for 3 characters. I'm sure you could if you had the full screen mod, but yeah, it's not easy. Okay, please die. Start with Sork Barb, bring Barb to just 24, just enough for G-Rush. I don't know what you mean by just 24 just enough for just G-Rush. Level Sork as usual, then G-Rush the rest of the characters with the Barb. What? Why don't you just level your Sork so that she can be used as the bumper, and then just bump all your characters for the G-Rush with the Sork? Why do you need to then go back and level the Barb? Oh yeah, that's exactly what ZZ was saying. My bad, never mind. So you level them simultaneously, you get 1 into hell, then leech the rest as level 1 in hell. Yeah, I mean... Apparently, Bernie's method was he ended up leveling the characters in Norm, but yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't know. Oh, blue diadem. Fuck. Huh, 1 to Amazon skill levels. Anyway, yeah, I just it's hard to really compete with AT. Freaking like I don't know an area in like on Players 4 where you can sit your characters in that area, and on the first run, you end up with 9 levels. But that's exactly what happens when you go to AT. Like, you take your character to AT, and then, or your characters to AT, you dump them all out. It takes like, maybe like a half a minute to move each of them to the portal. And then you just camp them in a corner, and then once you're done the run, you just kill each of the packs. You're at like level 9 in the first run. It's pretty crazy. Like, I don't know. That for me is like insane XP. I mean, I did a lot of these back when I was playing with Dewskrim a couple seasons ago, back when we were both rockin' druids. This was how we leveled them, and this was like the quickest way that we had to do it. I know a lot of people do chaos leveling, but AT is also pretty good for lower levels, especially when we're rocking windies. Hell, Eldritch is good if you aren't doing cold damage. Yeah, there's also another one for you. Anyway. So good at walking in Act 2 with alts by leveling all those imbue characters for Doomscrim. Yeah. Yo, same. That's exactly what I was just trying to talk about. Like, yeah, I'm in the same boat, dude. Like, I was leveling with him. Like, we were both. Like, he would level. He would bring 3 bumper or 3 windows, and I would bring 3 windows, with my druid, and then I'd be the one like rushing all of us, or he'd be the one rushing us, right? Or sometimes we would even just dual rush it, and it only brings like 6 characters. Like, that was a fun season. But the point is, like yeah, that's how we leveled in AT. That's how we leveled our characters in AT. And once again, no right or wrong way to do it, but this was just how we ended up doing it when we were trying to do it, like when we were trying to farm quickly or semi quickly, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna just head out, I guess. I don't... Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about this earlier, and I don't have a way to fucking get these guys off of the ceiling, so... Oh, there you go, finally. Dude, even when he's converted, he doesn't hop off the ceiling. Whatever. That's what I did with my day 1 scuffed light sork. Oh, man. Yeah, I can imagine. You know what area I realize is also really good for leveling? At least I think it's pretty good for leveling. Pindle skin. And I have Farallon Fever to thank for this too. I always mention this. I think the season I played my Amazon, Farallon pointed, like, I kept complaining that, oh shit, yeah, my drops have been dog shit, but Farallon was like, oh, this is something you probably didn't notice, like, you're like level 90 or whatever, and I'm just like, huh, that's true. And it got me thinking. I'm like, yeah, an area like that, or yeah, like I'm like running Pindle, and Pindle is actually a really good source of XP, and he's really fast and really quick and easy to get to. I don't know. The only caveat is you don't ever really know what he's gonna spawn, or which immunities he's gonna spawn with, but like usually it's fire. Wait, is it fire or is it cold? I can't remember. Like I know Muse did a chart. Let me take a look. I think certain immunities spawn more often than most. Actually, I think he's always fire immune, now that I think about it. Is he? I don't even remember. One sec. Slashdiablo, Pindle Skin Immune. Let's take a look. Immunities of Pindle Skin and Thresh Socket. Pindle's immunity out of 50 runs. Cold 100% of the time plus one of these. Fire 28, Lightning 26, and Physical 10. That's what he said. Wait, no, that's Thresh Socket. Whoops, my bad. Sorry, I meant to look at Pindle. Pindle's immunities out of 60 runs. Poison 100%. There you go. That's the one that he always spawns with. 15% light, 20% physical, 15% fire, and 15% cold. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can handle not dealing with immunities, there's also another option for you to farm with. Kill them bats with COVID-19. Yeah. No, it's not even fire immune. It's actually poison immune. I knew that he always had one immunity. I just couldn't remember which one it was for the life of me. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. I'm telling you guys. One day. It's fine. The zombies can kill the level ones. That's true too. Yeah, that's very true. You don't have a really good place to camp them out while you try to kill Pindle, especially on players 4. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Like if you're using a Blizzard, you can just spam Blizzard and Glacial Spike at the entrance, so that the monsters get frozen. I see a 4-8 squad here for next ladder. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I mean, I've definitely been talking to Doomscrim about, like, I'm gonna be real here, like, I was talking to Doomscrim about the next, like, if he does play in a future season, I'd love to either A, try organizing a team with him, or B, he even proposed the idea that we 2-8. Or even C, yeah, like we could even do P4-8. Right? Like each of us control 2 boxes. There's a lot of different ways to play a ladder reset start, which is pretty exciting. Alright, hold on a sec. I'm gonna guess Nokazan Relic, because what else could it be? Well, actually, no, let's say Cat's Eye. I'll be a bit more optimistic. Cat's Eye! Rising Sun! Okay, I'm cool with that. Rising Sun's a pretty cool amulet. I like my solar reset plans. Yeah, I mean, I figure. I wouldn't even dare, like, I wouldn't even think to ask you, because I know that you're usually pretty committed to playing by yourself, which, once again, I think that's awesome. I think it's great. As well. Rising Sun. There you go. No, I think it's great in the sense that there's definitely some appeal for trying to do everything by yourself. Okay, like as somebody who doesn't do it very often, but who actually did do like a practice run on his own time, I can vouch for the idea that doing those runs by yourself, like P4-1, trying to make it to hell, and then trying to like level your characters, there's definitely a sign of like. Well, not a sign, but it's like you get this sense of well, not just sense of achievement even. I don't know. It's a nice way of playing the game. And you have a lot of options afterwards as to what you can do with those characters, especially if your goal, like ZZ, is to 4-box to 90, or in my case, to try and farm Chaos until you can get your Infin or Enigma, for example, right? Anyway. I don't need to carry DTD2 to hell. Yeah. Wow, okay. Look, I'm not that dead weight, okay? I'm pretty dead weight. Like, ask my reset team. Like, just trying to think. What was the dumbest thing I've done? What was the dumbest thing I've done in a reset run? I know that people made Raltier. That was pretty good, like, I admit. But I think I once almost fucked up the stealth and I put F-Tal or something. I don't know. But I'm not that heavy, okay? Like, come on, man. Yeah, you can't just do this to me. That's just not fair. Division Mancer. No, that was fine. Like, honestly, that was fine. Like, that was actually pretty legit. Because then, like, it made it like it made pretty much every area in the game kind of a cakewalk. That's pretty good. But in terms of like things I've done, things like putting a portal out in the middle of nowhere, or like putting in the wrong rune word, like things that shouldn't happen but that actually happen. That's what I mean. Even like Poison Creeper Druid was like fine, right? Like definitely it had its uses. First thing you know, it's not starting stream until 5 seconds after the reset. Well, okay, that's not even that dumb. Come on, really. How do you kill souls and throw your sword? Palian. That's actually a good question. How did he handle the souls? I'm gonna go on a limb and guess. He just skipped those runs, but what the fuck? That's a laser field. Okay. Okay. Level of LR breaks souls immunity, even in Throne Room? I thought they had 110 in. Oh wait, but if you're using a Necro, that wouldn't matter, right? Hold on, let me actually check that. That doesn't sound right at all. Maybe it is. I don't know. WSK2. No, it's Black Souls. Black Soul Throne of Destruction. There you go. Check this out. Will-O-Wisp. Black Soul 1. Oh yeah, you're right. It is actually 100. My bad. I always thought this entire time it was 110, but it's only the, yeah, 100. Okay. LR Wand OP. Wow, there you have it. ZZZ1234 squad for the win. Yeah, no, for real though. Bernie was earlier saying I am down. Actually, no. To be honest, not to shut you down or nothing, but it's I actually wanted to try one day getting the like. There was once like the season with the druid. there was a very interesting group of people at the end of the season that were hanging out, and it was only us. It was myself, Washia, A. Lamau, I think it was Jovar, or Notchin, and I'm just trying to remember who else. B. Miller was there too, also known as Stranger. Yeah, there were just a bunch of us. Like, it would be nice to get us back together again for a reset. That was something that was that came to mind. I'd love to do that. Like, one season where if Dewscrim comes back, we could all just totally play one season together. I don't know if everyone would be free for that season though, but definitely that's something that I was tinkering around the idea with. So yeah, but I was also talking to Dewscrim about it too, and the idea of P28 came up. The idea of P48 also came up. I don't know. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different ways to go about doing it for sure. But I think the bottom line is just it would be nice to have Dewscrim back on board with us. But he's too busy playing his silly WoW classics, so whatever. It is what it is. Let's skip through Light Enchanted. Enchanted Boss Soul is very rare. Hold on a second. Does Light Enchanted work like that? Like, seriously, hold on. I know that Light Enchanted gives, I believe it's 75% resistance to whatever element that a monster is enchanted with. However, I think that if they already have 2 immunities, they don't get any extra resistance to that element, right? At least that's my understanding of it. But I don't know, I guess, what happens if you already get Lightning Enchanted on top of having immunity. 4.8 is likely faster than 2.8. Yeah, it's faster, but I mean, if I'm playing a season where I'm just dicking around with other people, I wouldn't. Hey, Lemon, nice. Yeah, if I'm playing a season where I'm messing around with other people in P4.8 or even P2.8, I don't think I would. I don't think I would make it my primary goal to try and do Chaos right after. However, I would like to do a season where I players 4-1, and then actually try this theory for myself, and then try to see how quickly I can make it to infinity. So that's definitely on the table. Although I guess also I don't need to do it on a ladder reset start at all. I could totally just do it on my own time. Although then again, too, it would be nice to have the option of trading with other people and trying to get my own equipment, or trying to get equipment from other people to speed up my runs. That's kind of important too. That's something I can't really factor in when I'm trying to do my own solo run or whatever. I don't know. If you have 2 druids in the game with the health hook, you get buffed by both. Higher level one. Only the higher level. They get res on top? Oh yeah? Oh, okay, well that's nice to know, but rather unfortunate, I suppose. Lem rune on run number 80. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to try that in a future season. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm telling you guys. I've already done a bit of P4-1 myself, but my time was complete ass. I didn't like it. Maybe I shouldn't say complete ass. I think yeah, some people would take even longer than myself, but I wasn't happy with my time, so I want to give it another go later on when I have time. Yeah, like I think I told you guys before. I think last week I went and tried to do P4-1, and just for shits and giggles, and I didn't really. Once again, I did it on my own time, so you guys didn't see it on stream or anything. But it was definitely an interesting change of pace from what I'm usually used to, with you only using 1 character. I think on day 1 we actually did skip souls if they spawned and thrown and just reroll the game, but that's mostly just because they just kill you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I won't want to dick around with souls on day 1 with no light res, or maybe even with light res. I just don't have the durability for it. Seriously, that's my 3rd Geeds today. Like, come on, one of these had to be like a 40. Like a perfect Geeds, come on. Do I have... Yeah, I have eye graphics. Maybe I have to get an eye graphics Geeds, and then that way oh, that's 40, and then that way I can differentiate between that and my Geeds. Alright, Come on. 39. 28. Oof. It's monster, too. Raining Geeds today. Anyone want a 28 Geeds? Anyway, what is your strat from 2.8, 97, 98, 98, 99? So you like the bomb, would like to try to see if we can improve our efficiency. We also spawned the throne room on P2, then waves on P8. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You bring it to a normal game. Oh, this guy. Okay. Sure. After this run, I can. Son of a bitch. Come on. Man. It's funny because these runs feel like they take forever, but in reality it's only been like 3 minutes. And this is after I try to ping people in //C to try and get my... to try and take the Geeds that dropped. Okay. Shit. Kinda wonder what this build would be like with the Griffins, because then the lightning would actually be able to kill the, assuming that lower res is active, the lightning would also be able to kill the souls. Come on, man. Yeah, I don't know why, but Dragonflight sometimes moves me to the weirdest fucking spots. Like, that's definitely not where they are on my screen. Anyway, whatever. Okay. Let's see. It's the same way as you can just kill all the bosses as fast as you can. You just need Diablo Nail Bail. Does W4-5 give XP? Nope. Is D2 Resurrected actually real? I don't know. And I really wouldn't hold my breath for it. Okay, so honestly, I do want to take a moment to actually address this. Because there was somebody who went and made that whole post, right? Like, oh wow, this Diablo 2 remastered, whatever, credible source, blah blah blah. Okay, no, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. And I don't know, like it seemed like he got a little bit upset when people tried to shut him down on it, but at the same time, I don't think he quite understands where other people were coming from. It's kind of like Diablo 2 Remastered has been talked about since, well, it's been a while, okay? Like, people have been talking about it for some time, and yet there's never really been anything confirmed. And for the longest time, people did shit like, oh, yo, guys, check this out on the BlizzCon logo, or well, not the logo, the promotional poster or whatever that they had for BlizzCon. It was like the classic Diablo thing showed up, or Diablo monster showed up, and it's like, okay. And then what did we end up getting? We got fucking Diablo Immortal because of that. It's like, or after that. It's like, okay, well, you know what? Nothing really means anything. People will leak, like, things for Diablo 2, and it doesn't really say much about... It doesn't really say much about what's actually going to come out. Like, sometimes, a lot of the time, actually, even a leak for a game will turn out to actually be, like, what ends up being the case, right? Like, somebody will say, oh shit, well, they're releasing, let's say, Call of Duty Black Ops 4 next, or Call of Duty Black Ops 5, or whatever, right? Okay, fine, that's believable, but this is like, what, the 5th or 6th time I've seen somebody say something like, oh, hey, look, here's a new, they're gonna be remastering D2. Yeah, fucking right. The day will come when this will actually be the case. But until that day occurs, I am still going to be forever skeptical, because Blizzard just does not have this on their agenda. It's very clear. Just drop beads in A1. Good luck. Anyway, just my 2 cents. I know it's quite a mouthful, but yeah, basically, when people rush to try and immediately say, dude, you gotta be real here, this isn't going to be a thing. It's not meant to try and attack the person necessarily, except for perhaps a slight hint of gullibility. It's more just the very, like, the unlikeliness of the notion, and how in the past, like, this isn't the first time this has been the case where it's been brought up, and it's never been the case up until now. So why is it now that this is going to be the real remaster? Like, I could tell you right now, oh shit, yo, I found a fucking source where D2 is going to be remastered, or, you know, there's a new job posting for Blizzard employees where they want to restore Diablo 2 to its former glory. That's something that somebody else cited as evidence that they could be trying to do Diablo 2 remastered. But, you know, it doesn't mean much of anything, really. Anyway, no, Corlick, I don't believe D2 Resurrect is actually real. Maybe it is. Maybe it is, but as far as I know right now, it's just hearsay with no credible source to back it up. Nobody from Blizzard confirmed it. No source that's close to Blizzard, no developer, no content creator like Riker, who, you know, received any intel from Blizzard at all, right? Like nothing, none of that. At 98, you would want to do D and B with XP Shrine if you can, but if you have 2 people, you might not find 2 shrines. Also hard to find shrines with only 2 players. Much easier to third person to find a shrine. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make the swap from Slash to Resurrect if it is real. I would give it a shot, but I know Blizzard's gonna fuck it up like they always do. Yeah, exactly, too. That's the other thing, right? Like, I'd definitely give it a try. Like, take my money. Like, you want to put a fucking $100 price tag on it? I'll fucking drop $100 on. I don't give 2 shits, dude. Like, whatever. I don't care. Like, I'd love to be able to. Like, this is the thing. When Diablo 2 came out, I didn't have the chance to really play it on release. I missed out on 1.07. I missed out on I guess playing Diablo 2 in its glory days, I guess, if you could even really call it that. It would be nice to actually have the experience of knowing what it's like to play Diablo 2 in a setting where it's not, like, in an official setting where it's not completely infested by bots. I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that, but like, I also had to be a realist here, and what reality seems to be telling me is, I mean, Diablo 2 doesn't remastered, or whatever variation of remastered doesn't exist, and probably won't be for a very long time. I would love to be, like, I would nothing more love to be wrong, right? Like, I would love to just be wrong, and for them to be like, tomorrow to announce, oh shit, we're going to be coming out with D2 Remastered, and then for them to do a really good job with it, okay? That would be fantastic. I'd love that, but, I mean, the reality is, it's just probably not going to happen. And besides, like, even if they were to do something like this, they would probably, as Seth said, fuck it up. But yeah, I'd at least give it a shot. I would want to know what it's like. Would I come back to Slash once they release it? Yeah, absolutely, probably. Especially because part of the reason why I play on this server in the first place is because of the community, believe it or not. But yeah, I mean, I honestly would not be against making sure that I at least looked into Diablo 2 Resurrected or Remastered, or whatever the fuck they want to call it. Putting out rumors is a way to see if there is interest. I mean, I guess, sure. I mean, I'm interested, even if my voice might not show it, but, I mean, you can only see, like, rumors, like, what, however many times before it's just like, okay, here we go again. year after year. It's always something that's not Diablo related. Like even Diablo 3 related. Like if they announce like, oh shit, we got something big planned for Diablo, and then they release like another expansion for Diablo 3 or whatever. Like okay, fine. Like I'm not the biggest fan of Diablo 3, but still, like I can still get behind that. But sometimes people just get hype over fucking nothing. Sometimes there isn't even anything. Like there's been, man, there's been seasons or BlizzCons where, you know, people were like, oh man, they might do like a Blizzard announcement, and or like a Blizzard might do an announcement for Diablo series or for the Diablo series, and then they don't even touch base at all on Diablo, right? Like, how can we even take them seriously when this is the case? Like, they don't even have any announcements for us half the time, and when they do have announcements, it's something as disappointing as Diablo Immortal. So I don't know, man. I don't like to swear, not yet, but anyway, I don't like to swear, but really Blizzard has no fucking clue what the hell they're doing with Diablo. I really hope Diablo 4 is great, but Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3 aren't Diablo games, they just share the name. I mean, I'm going to say this much, like, at least Diablo 3 was on the same platform as Diablo 2, you know? Like, that much, okay, fine. And, you know, a lot of people don't have high hopes for Diablo 4. Honestly, I'm cautiously hyped for it, and at least that's something that's announced and it's being worked on, so we can say for real, like, there might not necessarily be a big hit, but we know that it's a thing. They had a trailer for it, they're doing development work for it, they're getting feedback and opinions from the community. That's good. They can't please everybody, but I'll admit, like, that much is fine. But Diablo 2 Remastered is like, there's no reason for me to be hyped over that. Yeah. Anyway. They should announce it officially the year before it gets released, I would think. Yeah, I think it's obvious that they have been considering remastered D2. Yeah, exactly. But will they actually do it? Who knows? Exactly. Like I'm sure they've considered it, but it's definitely not something that, up until this point, that they've actually gone and done. Evidently. I bought 2 copies of LOD when I was a kid. The expansion release was the first time I started playing. Damn, dude. Yeah, expansion release. Yeah, I mean, I only started playing when expansion came out too. That was what I started with, and I think I started with version 1.10. But I also, well, what that means is I missed out on 1.07, 1.08, and 1.09, and I've heard a lot of really cool things about each of those 3 patches. Of course, they were broken. They were very broken. Like, I know that there was things like the white rings, were they called? There was things like, I don't know, bugged rune words and all this crazy shit. But yeah, it would have been a fun time to actually go and try those things out, to be honest. Kind of upset that I never got a chance to do that. It would be nice to be able to take the things that I've learned from Diablo 2 up until this point and actually see how it would translate in terms of, like, in a legit setting for Diablo 2, which people are actually playing and not the dead-ass botnet, like, what I could make out of that, like, knowing how drops work now, knowing how the different characters work. I don't know. It'd be pretty fun. D2, have you tried D2 SE? I use it as my launcher multi-box. You can play it from like 1.05 to 1.13. No, I haven't. I'm not really so much interested in what it's like to play 1.07 through 1.10. I'm more saying this as kind of like, these are things that people talked about that I missed out on because I kind of missed the hype, I guess, is just the bottom line. It's kind of like FOMO. That's the easiest way of putting it. I missed out on something that I'll never get a chance to try out, the game when it was released. It'd be nice to, years later, try out Diablo 2 Remastered, because then it'd be like this, right? Like, this would be the hot game for just a very brief instant in time, and I would have an opportunity to try it while the game is still hot. And of course, I guess, without having to deal with the bots and the dupes. Hopefully. Or possibly without Realm Down. That'd be amazing. I don't know, man. It's fun to try and dream about that, at least. 1.08, or I started 1.08, says, was she a Wizzy Mage Fist, white gloves, white ring? Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Those items, you know. Hey, but you can get pretty early, yeah. Community. Indrik said it's our tradition at this time every year to talk about remaster rumors. Well, he's not wrong. I guess it might as well be a tradition. That's basically what it is. Diablo 2 Remastered should be a cell phone port. You could maybe make it a cell phone port. I'm gonna play D4, absolutely. I'm gonna play it for a super long time like D3. Hell yeah. Will I consider a Diablo game? Only time will tell. I don't even care so much about considering it a Diablo game, right? Like a lot of people are gonna be like, oh man, that's not very Diablo-esque. Like, honestly, I don't. I do care about if it's like a proper successor to Diablo, but I care more about if it's like if it's gonna be enjoyable, if it's gonna be good. That for me, if it's an enjoyable game, I care more. I think about that than if it's a successor to Diablo. Like if it turns out to be like a Diablo 2, like a literal clone of Diablo 2, then it's like, what am I really spending my money for? Except for, I guess that's exactly what I'm getting with Diablo 2 Remastered. I guess just basically what I'm trying to say, without trying to complicate everything, is like, I just want a good product, okay? I just want something that's fun and enjoyable to play, and I want to walk out with a good experience from playing Diablo 4. Of course, if it turns out to be a not Diablo game, what that probably also entails is that I'll likely enjoy it less. That's one reason I didn't like Diablo 3. It's because it didn't really feel very much like Diablo 2 to me, or it didn't really feel like a proper Diablo game. So that also technically ties into the whole trying to enjoy Diablo 2 Remastered, or whatever, but yeah, I guess it's just the point. I just want Diablo 4 to not be a complete fuck up like Diablo Immortal or Diablo 3 on release. Okay, that's all I want to say. That's all I care about. Whether or not it turns out to be like Diablo-esque, yeah, well, maybe it will be, maybe it won't, whatever. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, I want to get these runs done by the end of the night, so I'm gonna probably go at it a little bit harder here. Oh, hey, look, an exploding Fokker. Blow up. Okay. Yep. Anyway, it was a fun chat, though. Didn't mean to, like, get so passionate and heated over this specific this specific topic, but honestly, I don't know, man. I don't have the highest opinions of Blizzard, and I also don't really have the highest opinion of people who keep bringing up the idea of Diablo 2 Remastered. Like honestly, yeah, I guess for me what bothers me is just like, the bar's got to be a bit higher for people to get hyped over potential Diablo 2 Remastered than, oh, it might happen, because some random website on the internet said it was going to be the case, right? Like, that I guess is the triggering thing for me. And then worse yet is when people try to be like, oh, well, you know, you're not being a particular help right now, trying to bring me back to reality and talk some sense into me. Like that's essentially what that thread was about. When that person had brought it up, like when KDK tried to say no, this isn't going to be the case, they basically just threw it back into KDK's face, right? Like what the fuck? The KDK's right. Like, honestly, he's right. It's like, this happens every year, and it's just not. Blizzard has evidently proven that they haven't yet done it, and so it's like, what's the reason to really be getting hyped over nothing? Thanks for saying Diablo 3 on release. Yeah. I mean, honestly, me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of D3, but I know there's people who vouch for D3. But Auction House was a busted mess. Like, there's no other, like, Auction House, is basically like legal JSP. That's what it is, or JSP that wasn't against the terms of service. That's what it was. Like Like, part of the reason why I'm so against JSP in the first place is because people use it to what? They pay for forum gold, or they pay to get forum gold, and then they'll just trade it out to get the items that they want. At that point, like, what's the difference between that and like actually buying the items themselves, right? And that's exactly what the auction house was promoting, and that was a big reason why people hated it, among other issues too. I mean, I had my own set of issues with the game beyond that, but yeah, on release, it was an absolutely busted mess that really killed it for a lot of people. And then when they actually tweaked some things here and there, it actually, you know, there were some people who actually liked it. Did I like it? I'm still kind of like meh about it. I'm largely like, I guess, indifferent. I don't really hate Diablo 3, to be honest. It's like, I'm not that invested into it though. Not the same way as Diablo 3. But whatever the case, I know that there's people who actually do like Diablo 3 right now, or who are okay with it at least, compared to what it was when it first came out. So, I want to at least give some kind of mention to that. Servers were not prepared for how many people want to play. It's a much better game now. Honestly, I'm not even factoring in the fact that some people couldn't even log on release day. Okay, I'm not like for me, I think a lot of the problems of the game, well, the gameplay itself was pretty boring, but like just other things too. Like they removed being able to play with 8 people. They removed they removed the option of single player. Like that for me kind of makes it, believe it or not, those are factors that I look at personally, because I like to have the option of playing by myself or like offline and that kind of shit. For me, those are factors that help me determine whether or not like it's a game that's actually worth playing, right? Those are things that never really got solved. The game still evidently Okay, that's the last time I'm doing that. No more burst of speed, okay? No more burst of speed. I'm gonna get my corpse, and I'm never fucking activating burst of speed again. Ever. Ever. WSK2, always fade. Always fade. It's gone now. I only played D3. Are you serious? Oh, wow. That's crazy. I didn't realize that they removed it. I thought that they left that in. There were a lot of other things that they didn't fit. Well, I know that they never got rid of, but I thought that was another one of them. Diablo 3 was Blizzard's The Last Jedi. Okay, fade. Give me my corpse. Yes, thank you. Ah, fuck. Fucking annoying. Let me get back out of here for a sec. That was a very painful lesson to learn. I'm not even upset about how much XP I lost. I lost like 2%, like fucking whatever. I'm upset I lost like 100,000 gold. That, for me, is the bigger problem. I prefer Diablo 3 before Reaper Souls, but both versions are fun in my opinion, and I enjoy the game. Okay, well that's good. I mean, hey, that's, if you like both versions, then great, I guess. But yeah, the majority of people I've talked to who play Diablo 3, they like Diablo, or who have played Diablo 3. they always, maybe not praise, but they have a little bit more respect for the newer version of Diablo 3 as opposed to pre-Reaper of Souls. So I go off of that. D2 fans have very low expectations. Yeah, I have faith. Yes, this year's gonna be the year. Totally, man. Only problem with the AH was the real money. Yeah. You know what? Sorry. I said auction house. I shouldn't have generalized the entire auction house. I think auction house was good. I actually think that auction house is a pretty cool idea. I think that the real money auction house was the real problem. Yes. Gold for items was fine by me, since gold was really hard to come by at the time, but real money for items was BS. Yeah, gold did what its intended purpose was in that game, especially where there was no gold cap. Like I can get behind that. That's no big deal. But real money auction house had to go. Like, seriously, that had to go. Removed trading, it's gone now. Yeah, so they removed trading from D3 too, which, once again, like, it's another reason why I'm not the biggest fan of the game. I understand why they got rid of it, but still, like, everything has its pros and cons, right? Like, now people really can't trade items to each other. Like, you can't have, like, you know, Diablo3items.net can no longer sell items to other people, right? But what this also means is I would never be able to trade with any of you guys if we were to all play Diablo 3 together. So, you know, pros and cons. What I can tell you is this. I can at least speak to my personal enjoyment, and I can tell you that, yeah. There we go. That's better. I don't know what the fuck's going on, why I keep activating burst of speed. This is bonkers, dude. Blizzard knows the deal would sell gold third party for real money anyway, so why not make it part of the game? Yeah. There's no point in having friends while playing D3. That, I hate to say it, but I don't necessarily agree with. I mean, like, you don't get to trade with... Yeah, I see why you're saying that, actually. I see why you're saying that. It's because you can't really trade, and trading was the whole... Like, was one big reason why you'd play with people. But, the way the loot system works in Diablo 3, everyone gets their own loot. So people don't have to fight over it, right? Rather than here, like, look at Diablo 2. One of the big, like, I'll just say it straight up, right? Like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. One of the issues with Diablo 2 is that loot, because loot is shared, or yeah, it's shared loot, right? Like everyone has same set of items goes to everybody. What that means is that if a really rare item drops, who gets it, right? Who gets it? Because of this problem, there's a lot less incentive for people to play with each other on Diablo 2. If your sole goal is to try and find items into MF, which is one big draw for a lot of people. So a lot of the time you spend your time just camping out in your own game and playing by yourself, right? That's just the reality. Like, you know, you're free to disagree with me on this, but this is kind of how it is. A lot of, like, I'm like this too. Of course, I'm going to farm in my own game. Even if I were playing on BNet, I'd still probably farm in my own game. Or I'd probably go into a bot game, and then, whereas P7, and I go and farm pits by myself. Drops go to the runner. Oh, yeah. When having friends sounds like a good game for you. Yep. Hey, man, Diablo 3. It's your calling. But anyway, to the faster clicker the spoils? Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's the, that's how it is in Diablo 2. And I got no qualms with that. But what that also means, like, we gotta also understand that it has this system has consequences, and what the consequences involve is that people are less willing to play together if they're going to try an MF, right? Like, even though the chance of drops is higher, if you have like a good set of people to play with, you know, if you have a group of friends and you can share loot like that, that's, hey, all the power to you, right? Like, that's the fastest way to farm level and arguably even XP, right? But if you're playing on Diablo 3, here's the thing. Because loot isn't shared, you can actually play together, and there's also incentives to play with other people. Well, maybe not even incentives, but a lot of what goes on there is pushing GRs, right? What ends up happening is that the joint focus of playing that game for most people is to push GRs, and loot is already divvied up individually between all the people well, everyone has individual loot, right? So that's never really a problem. If you get good items, great, and if you don't have good items, then whatever. So I don't know. Like, there's definitely reasons to play with people in D3. Definitely. Just in a different vein than on D2, of course. Of course, there's also power leveling, there's also bounties, there's also all this shit, so... Nothing like the feeling of stealing some drops on the people getting mad. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't disagree with you, okay? I don't disagree with you. This is why even when I run pub games, like, the thrill of having to beat other people to the drops is something I enjoy. I'll say it straight up, right? I get disappointed when I don't win the drop, but for me, that's part of the game. However, what ends up happening, like I said, what ends up happening is that most people won't run public bails for this reason. And I'm not just saying public bails on Slash specifically. I'm saying, like, if ever you were trying to MF in Chaos, for example, back on botnet, you wouldn't ever, like, make a public game and be like, hey guys, come join me for Chaos and let's try and MF together. No, fuck no, you would never do that. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy talk. Nothing like stealing people's jaws. Yeah, power level, bounties, rifts, GRs, all can be done solo. That's true. That's true, but here's the thing. in Diablo 3, you can at least do those things without other people or with other people, and it's not like it hinders you the same way it does in this game, right? Like in this game, if you have other people in your game and let's say like a Griffin's eye drops, you're going to be competing with other people for a Griffin's eye. That's not as much of a problem in Diablo 3. Like the gold's there can be shared, and you can still make it so that you don't have to fight with other people for anything really in those cases. That's all I'm trying to say, right? Like you don't have to like, oh shit, like this Burr rune dropped, who does it go to? No, it's just, when loot drops, loot drops. If somebody's useless, just leave the game. And then of course, whatever goal it is you're trying to do, you just go and do that. That's that. So, once again, I prefer D2's system. I honestly prefer D2's system, but I'd be lying if I said I don't see some advantages that D3 has. Man, it actually pains me to say these things because I'm essentially defending D3, which I actually don't like doing at all, but, I mean, hey, it is what it is, right? Okay. Why am I having so much difficulty with this? Whatever, D2, we know you just don't want to see people arguing in chat channel about drops. Honestly, kinda, yeah, it gets a bit old. It's amusing to some degree, but it's annoying when that's all you see every fucking season. It's annoying when you see that every fucking season, and like, everyone's trying to push for one system or the other, and then the same arguments get brought up every single fucking time. I'm like, dude, like, there's got to be a better way to go about doing this than this, but... And then people forget about it. That's the best part. It's the most forgettable topic. Like, everyone will bitch about it for, like, half the season, and then for the other half of the season, no one says a word. And then rinse and repeat. And a lot of the time, it's... Well, I guess it's different players, too. So at least it's not the same group of people, but... I don't know, man. Blah, blah, blah. These fucking scarabs are just a nightmare to deal with. Almost like we've been playing the same game for 20 years. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it suits the reality of playing this game that's been out for so long. Deckard Cain got killed by butterflies, never forget. Oh, don't even get me started on that. There's nothing bad about defending a bad game, strong points. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, at the end of the day, I'm a big Diablo 2 guy, right? You guys know this. Like, literally, my name is D2D2, but at the same time, I also don't just want to mindlessly bash a game and just be like, man, this game is complete shit, without actually being able to say, like, okay, well, how bad was it really? Like, people say this is bad or that is bad. Is it really, right? Like, I want to be able to attack a game on valid reasons, and be able, well, yeah, I don't know. Soon to be D4. Hey, who knows? Maybe. Honestly, I'm excited for D4. Like, at least when D4 comes out, if it ever comes out, I'm actually kind of curious to see what the status on that is. I'm gonna probably after this run, I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna quickly do a search to see what updates they have for D4, because it's been pretty quiet. I haven't heard much about it lately, and I'm now starting to kind of wonder. Better not be in fucking development hell, Like, I know that happens a lot. That's what I'm always scared of. When a game gets announced, and then it just, like, people keep asking when it's gonna come out, and it just never does until finally, like, they just quietly say, oh, it was cancelled. Anyway, but yeah, at least with D4, it'll be a lot easier to convince people to join me for a game like that. Because, you know, there's people that believe it or not, there are friends that I have who would not touch this game at all. Like, they would not. Just looking at the graphics, they'd be like, oh fuck, like that looks like my ass after Christmas, you know? But for D4, maybe they might take an interest in it. Because at least the game would look a lot more, you know, modern. Once again, I don't care about these things, but I know that there are people who do. So, you know, it'd be nice to play with other people that I know when they're actually willing to give the game a try off of something, well, and that they're not completely turned off just because of how it looks, I guess. They are men of poor taste, men and women, I guess, but yeah, no, like, still, the point still stands. Like, I don't know, I would want to be able to play like a fun Diablo-esque game with friends, or with other people, well, just other people, right? Like from this channel or even this community at Slash, because heck knows that when Diablo 4 comes out, I'm certainly not going to be the only one who gets it. There's, you know, I'm sure you guys will get it too. Are all of you guys going to get it? I don't know. I'm going to go on a limb and guess yes. If I had to put my money on a yes or a no, I'd probably guess yes. But once again, right, like, I think for me, there's more to it than just playing it by myself, seeing a worthy successor Diablo 2 or whatever. I just want to be able to play a game, like a Diablo-esque game with friends or you guys. That'd be fun. Especially when there's more incentive to have more than one player in a game all the time. Once again, I'm cool with this arrangement, but I think Diablo 4 had some pretty interesting boss battles too, and I'm like, damn. If there's going to be like mega bosses, which you actually need multiple people to team up to kill, I think that'd be pretty cool, you know? Like, Uber Trist was kind of supposed to be like this, and then people figured out that, yeah, you can just solo it if you have Life Tap and a Smiter. Whereas it would have been cooler if, you know, you had to work together with other people to do Uber Trist, right? Like, I'd love to see something like that in Diablo 4. Maybe not as like an exact copy of like World of Warcraft, but you know, there's certainly ways I'm sure they could make it work. I don't know. I have high hopes that maybe they can blow me away. Okay, speaking of Diablo 3, not Diablo 3, sorry, Diablo 4, let's take a look at what the release date is. Diablo 4, yeah, no, they didn't say anything about it. Some estimates predict the release sometime during 2021. Cool, great. Okay, so basically I'm gonna wait until my hair is gray before that shit happens. Oh shit, that was crazy. Somebody just got a 40 MF ring. Oh, that's friggin' insane. 40 MF ring, dude. That's GG right there. DCG2 implying he has female friends. Well, I mean, would that be much of a surprise? I'm sure it would be. Once introduced to my friend, he killed 2 fawns and deleted the game. Same. Yeah, I hear you, dude. We're friends with 12-year-olds, says ZZZ. What do you think about the world bosses in D4? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. World bosses, that's what they're called. I mean, I don't know what exactly they're going to be like, but I think those are super cool. Like, those sound super cool. Like, I don't exactly know how they're going to make that work, but it would be nice to actually have like an epic boss battle, you know? Like, I don't know, like fighting Uber Diablo with like a fire sorceress or something, like that kind of epicness, without PMH and without lower res, where you actually have a super difficult time and you gotta take this guy down. They're just tanky as shit, and they have spells that might take out a shit ton of your health, or do a lot of damage, or like that might just CC you to death, or just instantly kill you, right? Well, I don't know. Like, I'm actually pretty hyped for world bosses. That's one of the things that I think is super, super cool. Just watch the official trailer for D4. I'm not holding my breath. Well, that's fine. Not everyone is going to be hyped for D4, and that's totally okay. And I think it's good also to not be hyped right off the trailer or off the gameplay, because that means that there's still things that they can improve upon to make it a better game. Yeah. But in my case, there are certain things in that game that I would at least want to give a try, and for me, I think it's kind of exciting. 12 anymore. No, Seth, he's not. ZZZ wasn't referring to you. You're 12 when I started watching me. Funny man, I'm a boomer. Yeah. He wasn't referring to you. I think he's. I'm pretty sure that ZZ was referring to like the friends of mine in quotes that freaking make it through Cold Plains and then they just quit the game. Anyway, enough of this run. I'm going to move to run number 90, and then I'm going to go take a short break, come back, finish the remaining 10 runs, and I'm going to call it a day. Yes, Korlik. Believe it or not, there are some youngins who still play this. Come on. I've been playing most of my life, brother. Well, on and off, yeah. Oh, magic resistant cold enchant, lightning enchant. Well, that explains a lot. I was thinking the same thing. A person 17 now plays Diablo 2. Yeah. You're just reading cable #1 D2 fan. Well, honestly, yeah, he's been probably my longest time supporter. Him and Coaster and Enjoy, I think. Those three have been here since the beginning of time. For this channel. And they've been with me ever since. So, I'm always deeply appreciative of that. Coaster and I joined on Twitch on the same day. Oh, man. Come to think of it, yeah. Now that I think about it, like, I didn't meet Coaster through Slash. Did I meet him through Slash? I don't remember. Damn. That was a long time ago, dude. At least for me, it was a long time ago. All I know is we're here now. We're stuck dealing with this stupid epidemic. Or pandemic. That's... yeah, I don't know. UGG went on a date to try to get her to play D2 and she hit it and never talked to him again. Okay, well, look. It wasn't quite that disastrous, but it was something like that. Anyway, next. So, what now? What now? I was 17 playing D2, but that was when it first came out. Oh, man. 2 dates. 3 went in 2020 between quarantine / reset and working in construction industry. I see. Well, I mean, that's more than most, I'd imagine. More than some. Okay, backing out. Cool. Oh man, this is such a lame run. There's not enough of these guys. Okay, I think I got everybody though, at least. Okay. That's the end of that. Nadja's staff's down to 7 charges, so I'll go and boost that back up. I might actually have to end my runs a bit abruptly. I'm running out of gold, and when I run out of gold, I'll probably just chill. And then wait for, well, probably try to pay for more gold. And then if no one, well, yeah, probably after I finish my runs, I'll try to pay people for gold, like an Umrune for 2.5 million or whatever, so I can finish the remaining 10, but if I don't have enough gold to keep running, then I don't have enough gold to keep running. That's just it's just the reality of it, and I don't really want to force myself to do runs without this Nadja staff. Yoink some for my Necro? I guess I could. Honestly, I actually would, just because, like, yeah, I don't want to... I could even pay you for 2.5 million. I think that's honestly good enough. This is why you don't share your video games with your love interest. You just need them to get them to accept it and not bother you about it. Well, I mean... I'm not sure I'm in complete agreement with that, because, like, sometimes it's a good feeling when you can actually share that, when you can share your video games with your love interest, you know? Like, yeah, there's no better feeling than, like, being able to say, oh man, this is, like, my favorite game, and then, like, you actually fucking show them the game, and you're just like, yeah, and then if they enjoy it and you guys just play together, like, yeah, like, why not, right? I know, who was it? Agent 14 and a half? Him and his wife actually played together one season. And then I think one of them played a werewolf druid, and the other one played an Oridin. And those are the two characters that they were rocking, and Matt, boy oh boy, they were really trying to deck out those characters, and they went hard, and they were farming. And even, I think, if I recall correctly, I think she was even pregnant while they were playing too. Like, yeah. So it was interesting. Like, even they had to take turns taking care of the kid when it came out and shit like that. It was actually fun listening to that kind of behavior. It kind of like restores my faith in humanity just a little bit, you know. Will never love the game as much as you. That's true. That's true. Probably not. Like, if they weren't there with the game before, it's hard to pick up a game and like it more than somebody who's played it for a super long time. Like I guess you could argue that some people get sick of playing a game for so long. Some people do, but if you're still very passionate about a game, yeah, like, it's really hard to match that level of passion as somebody who's coming into the game a lot later. Still, though, I think that it's fun. Like, playing something that you really enjoy with somebody that you really care about. I think that's awesome. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like it happens that often. Wow, 1 million at Neff. This guy. He's not as good as getting gold as Sork, so I think he's only got 1 million on him. A million's more than what I need. Yeah, I just need, let's see, I only need about 500k, I think. Yeah, I think I only need about 500k, to be honest, after this run. Because each run is, what? Each run is about, let's say, 30 charges. What the fuck am I doing? Why do I keep still casting the stupid burst of speed garbage? Anyway, look, like... It's gonna be a hard habit to break, especially with muscle memory, I think, but... Catherine's, surprise, surprise. Yeah, like, each run is only about 30 or so charges, and each charge, well, that's like 60k, so probably I could do the next 10 runs with like 5 recharges, I think, or something like that. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, he said it's a 40 gold find ring. Oh, yo, that's a rip. That's so funny. He thought it was a 40 MF ring, but it turned out to be a 40 gold find ring. He's just like, oh shit, well this is worthless. Oh yeah, okay, well, poor guy, dude. Poor guy. I was like, well, why is this guy hopping off for the night? Huh? What happened? And it's like, okay. My wife usually doesn't give a shit whenever I play Diablo 2, but I was super excited one time when I found a burst. She asked me what's going on. I explained to her why I have to get the burst find and so on. It's a pleasure to share what we love with our loved ones. Yeah, no, exactly. More so even when they happen to enjoy the same things you do, right? I'll drop you 1 million for that claw you gave me. Sure. Sure, yeah. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't normally accept. Normally I would just say fuck it, but I mean, the reality is this. I kind of want to make it to run 100, and I'm sure you guys want to hang out here for longer anyway, so I think it's a pretty reasonable exchange. Million from Core, like a million from me. That's 2 million, easy peasy. Ah, it's okay, dude. It's fine. I just need enough to make it to the next. To make it to run 100. That's all I care about, really. Because that was my goal for today. I'm really trying to do 50 runs. 50 runs every Wednesday. That's kind of the routine that I'm gonna push for until the end of the season. Probably. I'm just trying to think about this, the math behind this. Because yeah, Wednesday's a pretty good time. D2, I don't think you understand. Okay. And can't find one to save my life. You don't need a Nef though. What the fuck would you even need a Nef for? You don't need a Nef. Don't tell me you need a fucking Nef. I swear. Okay, I'm dying not to the souls with the soul killers, the flare monsters. Okay, I'll go get you one. Like, I'll go get you one. That's, yeah, sure. You should have just asked for one. Had I known that you needed a Nef, I would have given you one much sooner. I'm sure I have tons. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go check. Yeah, fun chats today, though, guys. These are... Yeah, these have been some pretty fun discussions, though. Thanks for hanging out. I had a lot of fun today, just being able to hang out and chat with y'all while we, or while I'm just doing these runs, silly runs, you know, just the usual. And I think that I'm actually done this run now. I want to double... Okay, this is one of those few times where burst of speed actually makes sense. Bro, what pieces of equipment am I looking for? Oh, you're talking about the, Seth. He has... Other than Black Hawes. Yeah, and I think I would have had his Hawes for you. Anyway, yeah, I might actually even be able to do the remaining runs without your guys' gold, actually. Let me take a look. Oh, nope, never mind. No, I can't. Yeah. Let me yank some gold from you guys, and then I'm gonna go grab some food, and then come back and finish the remaining runs off. AXPPXA, right? 91 will be next, so 91 next. Oh, there you go, thanks. Okay, cool. This honestly by itself should be enough. Can use the High Lords, but I have Cat's Eye, so it's fine. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this is more than enough to get me to where I need to be for the next little bit. So before I go any farther, I want to quickly go see if I can fetch that Nef rune. Do I have Nefs? I should have Nefs. If I don't have Nefs, then I'll check... Good luck, have fun. When's the next time I'm streaming? I'm really trying to make it a regular Wednesday stream, I think. That's how my schedule is starting to shape up to be. With any luck, I'll be able to do every Wednesday. The thing with my stream is it's hard to have like a schedule, like a set schedule. Usually, I'll stream really hard the first few days of a reset, and then I tend to drop off a little bit. And I'm at the point where I'm dropping off, so yeah, I'm really trying to push for once every Wednesday, and I do like 50 runs of WSK, and hopefully by the end of the season I'll be able to do the 1,000 WSKs that I wanted. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So yeah, expect me to be back here next Wednesday, I suppose. uh, yeah, that's the best I can do. Sorry, man. Well, it's not that I'm not playing other than Wednesdays. It's just more like it's kind of like this, okay? What a lot of people don't... Okay, here. Let me start off with this. Nephrune on the floor. This is for Seth. You can come pick it up if you want. Yeah, and then if you want, you can also throw me gold, because I know you probably want to do that, but once again, I'm not. The Neph is free of charge if you want it, whatever. Use a high lures, but I have Cat's Eye, so it's fine. Sure, I guess. Level in Hellcows with my Necro, okay. Yeah, so with regards to the Wednesdays, like, it's not that I can only play on Wednesdays, it's just that in order to stream, I want to allocate a reasonable amount of time, okay? And when I say reasonable amount of time, what I mean is I don't just want to boot up my stream for like a half hour or an hour and then to just be like, okay, see you guys later. No, I'd rather actually have like a good time frame where I don't have anything to do after, I don't have anything to do before, I don't have anything to do in between. It's just me and some D2 and you guys just hanging out and chatting with me while I just run my WSKs, you know? So, yeah. And also I have to be in a mood to do it too, right? It's not just about timing, but it's also about, like, how do I feel? Like, mentally and also physically, like, do I feel like streaming? Like, am I in the mood to do it? Is my commentary going to be shit like it is today? Or am I feeling well? That's another really big one, right? Like, I mean, I didn't contract COVID-19 or anything, but today, part of the reason why it took me so long to get started is because I wasn't feeling well earlier in the afternoon. In fact, I was actually planning to stop the stream at run 75 originally, but now I feel a lot better, so that's not a big deal anymore. But anyway, so there's a lot of reasons, but it just boils down to Wednesdays are mostly the day where you can reliably expect me not to have as much to do on Wednesdays. That's just how my schedule turns out, or has turned out. So, yeah, I'm going to try to push for Wednesday streams, like Wednesday around this time, honestly. It's nice and chill. It's a good way to wrap up the night for me, like 6 o'clock onward. So, hope that answers your question. Can't get to the PC, I can't really walk right now. Okay, that's cool. Purple. Okay, sure, I'll grab it. What, you fine? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just wasn't... Yeah, was not feeling... Definitely wasn't feeling like top notch this afternoon and this evening. Well, mostly just this afternoon. And yeah, it's really not a huge deal. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, I'm dying, but yeah, also I wasn't like in peak condition either. I don't know. I'll tell you what, Seth, I'm gonna put the Nef on your Necro, and you can deal with it. Wow, you left one spot. That's crazy. We also have a 40 Geeds, I didn't know that. Wait a second, what the fuck? Oh, never mind, I thought we had the exact same Geeds. We have the same graphics on our Geeds. And also your Necro only has 360k. I thought you said you had a mill on it. No. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem, Seth. Yeah, DDG, you're such a chill dude. Well, thank you, Ushia. I appreciate that. Yeah, you only have No, your Necro only has 360k. Here, I'll even show you. Let me just switch it over. Yep. There we go. Okay, cool. See? 362k, dude. You do also have 1337 life. It's pretty cool. Where'd all my gold go? Sorry about that. Oh, why apologize? I mean, you were willing to offer it for free, essentially, so... that you don't have the gold. Oh no, the horrors. Damn, you should apologize, you vile heathen. But yeah. I mean, I appreciate that, though, Wishia. It's always a pleasure to have you here, too, of course, and to talk to you in-game, and to hang out. I really do wish I could chat with you guys more, though. Like, honestly, it's really fun hanging out here and just playing for a couple hours, but, of course, I don't always have the free time to do that, unfortunately, as much as I wish this weren't the case. Don't worry about it, Seth. Don't sweat it too much. Yeah. You're really chill, too, Wishia. Like... I mean, for starters, you were nice enough to try and help Deucecrim with his, like, imbues and whatnot, too. You did him a massive, helped him a lot, and ever since then, you know, any time that you've been on the server playing, it's been nice hanging out with you. But having said that, though, yeah, I can't always, can't always pop up my stream all the time, unfortunately. Anyways, guys, I will continue the rest of my runs in about, let's say, 20 minutes. But I do want to take a short break. I don't want to grab myself some food quickly. When I come back, it'll be run number 91, and then I'm going to probably do the remaining 10 runs. And then that will take me up to when I end my stream. So that'll probably be around, it'll basically be 11, a little past 11 my time. Okay, guys, well, thanks for tuning in. If you guys plan to head off for the night, then I will not stop you, but otherwise, I'll be back in 20 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Hope you guys have been having fun so far, or had fun, and, well, if you guys plan to head off, I'll see you on Wednesday, but otherwise, or next Wednesday, hopefully, but otherwise, I'm gonna grab some food, okay? So, stay tuned. Be right back. Alright, hey guys, I'm back. Let's see, is there anyone still around? No, the stream's not dead. At least I don't think it is. It should still be here. Let me just check quickly. Just got the notification, it was back up. Alright, let's take a look. Yep, nope. Seems like it's all one stream, so I don't think it DC'd at all. But yes, Luciano, I'm back now. I just went to go grab some grub quickly because I was hungry. I haven't eaten in some time, so I figured it would be time. So let's just quickly... Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get ready to finish the remaining runs. So let's push to run number 91. 10 more runs to do, and then I think I can call it for the night. And I think this is a good time too, because it seems like you guys are probably doing your own thing, and yeah, I'll have hit my goal, so it'll be a good stopping point. Especially because we already had some really nice discussions today anyway, so I'm not really... Yeah. Fuck! I keep doing that. Fade. There you go. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I've been going with Meteor and Blades of Ice. That's been working out pretty well for me, so I don't know. You should unbind Burst of Speed. You, Seth, are a genius. I'm gonna do that right now. What the? Blades of Ice was you. This, I believe, was F6. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that. Damn, what would I do without you, dude? Alright. Okay, let's just back out before I get killed by all that. That's pretty good. Honestly, I'm really liking this meteor rotation. Especially because there's not as many monsters that are immune to it. Okay. Oh man, it's pretty ridiculous actually, just how much of a difference it makes having Fade active and having Burst of Speed active in terms of my survivability. Fade is just such a strong skill to have, like plus resistances, plus, well, reduces curse duration is really nice. But yeah, mostly just the physical damage reduction combined with Shaco's physical damage reduction, and then of course the elemental damage reduction. That's pretty insane. Okay. Okay, I don't think I've forgotten about that one yet. This guy takes forever to die, though. Wow. Okay. I think that's it for now for this run. Just want to double check this. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much set. Alright, let's keep at it. Felt like that one could have gone a little bit quicker. Ha! I almost cast Fade right away, but of course Seth's ingenious strategy prevented me from doing so. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let me just cast the shit I need to cast. What the fuck? Pop Fade like, or not Fade, used Lightning like 3 fucking times and this shit doesn't release its charges. It's so annoying. Okay. These flares are particularly scary though. They actually hit pretty hard. Oh, there it is. What the fuck? I had charges, like, where did they go? Where the fuck are my charges? Whatever. Like, I had 2 charges, I dragonflighted, and the next thing I know, I look, and then the charges are gone, and the lightning never actually appeared, so I'm just like, okay, I mean, surely something happened here, I guess. Some black magic and shit. Yeah, still gotta look out for... I mean, like, normally I rely on Fade to carry me, but... Fade works really well when I'm going up against souls, not so much when I'm going up against flares. These ones are still very, very painful to deal with. Still hit pretty hard, of course. Okay, they should die to the fire. Okay. Good. Good, good. Run number 93. Let us finish what we started. Okay. Am I gonna give Diablo Immortal a shot? Absolutely not. I admit, it's tempting to try Diablo Immortal just so I can have a uninformed opinion about it. Like, if I'm being completely honest. But I also don't really know if Okay. Dude, these guys don't fucking die. What is this? These last few runs, like, this is incredible. Okay, first of all, I don't, well, I don't know. If it turns out to be free, let me think about this. If it does turn out to be free, I don't think I would, I still don't think I'd touch Diablo Immortal for two reasons. First is, I'm not really much of a, like a mobile gamer. I'm a PC gamer at heart, right? Like, that's just the reality of it. Fuck mobile games. Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak to mobile games as a whole. There's definitely some good ones out there, I'm sure. Like Angry Birds. Sarcasm fully intended. But no, for real, though, like... The thing is, like... I'm just not really... Okay, good. I'm not really interested in Diablo Immortal. Like, as a mobile game, I just don't play mobile. That's kind of the reality, right? Like, I don't play mobile games that often, or at all, I guess, rather. Like, if I'm going to be browsing something when I'm on my phone, I'll be probably on Reddit, right? Especially the Slash subreddit. And if I'm going to be gaming, then I'm probably going to be playing a PC game of some kind, right? Like... maybe like Call of Duty, or, you know, Diablo 2. Why would I want to go out of my way to play Diablo Immortal, a game which, you know, I'm not even remotely interested in, and on a platform that I don't typically play on, no less. Actually, I think that was one of the reasons why it was brought up during that BlizzCon, like, yo, is it going to be, like, available for PC? Because, like, a lot of us fucking play on PC, so I play on PC. How am I, like, I don't even think that, I don't even know if my phone would be able to handle Diablo Immortal now that I think about it. Like, I don't use, like, an ancient phone, but I don't know what the specs are. I don't have, like, the newest phone either, right? So, there's definitely some stuff to consider there. Hey, by the way, user miss. Nice to have you on board with us. I'm on my last 7 runs of the night, though. Like, playing on an RTS on a console just feels wrong. Yeah, like, I don't know if it feels wrong. Like, I'm sure you could, you know, make, like, a good Diablo game on mobile. I just don't play mobile games. And, yeah, like, yeah, no, Diablo Immortal would be no exception. Like, why the fuck would I... Unless I'm like trying to take a deuce or something, then I guess, yeah, maybe I'll be thankful that, oh shit, we have Diablo Immortal here, but still, on a regular basis, not even remotely interested in it. I think I'm going to give it a shot, even though I'm not excited or happy about trying it, if it only if it's free. That's fine. Sure, that's good. That's good that you even are willing to try it as a Diablo fan, because, like, I guess... at least then you can kind of say, like, okay, I tried it and I know it's shit. And it's not just because I'm a Diablo fan, like, that I'm just going to bash it without actually trying it for myself, right? Like, I'll admit, this is probably the way to, this is a good mentality in a way. And I'm telling you, like, if you're asking me specifically if I'd try it, then yeah, the answer is no. One, because, yeah, I don't ever play mobile games, and two, like, Diablo Immortal just doesn't really feel like, it just doesn't really look like or sound like a good game, okay? Like first impressions do matter, right? Like, don't, you know what they say, don't judge a book by its cover, but really, if a game looks like shit, then why would you, and I don't mean like graphics wise, but I mean like I don't know, just looking at the game, it feels like it seems like it's just going to be a clone of Diablo 3. Like, and Diablo 3 is already something which I wouldn't want to pay to play in the first place. So why would I want to play Diablo Immortal, which is also on mobile too? And then worse yet, like, on top of both those factors, there's also the fact that it's like, this is something that they released when people were expecting something for Diablo 3, like an expansion for Diablo 3, or like a Diablo remastered for, you know, Diablo 1 remastered, or Diablo 2 remastered, or Diablo 4. But they didn't release any of these things. They fucking released something that shows just how out of touch with their community they are. So it's kind of like, when you look at these things, how can you look at... Oh, wow, that was the fastest WSK run yet. Alright, wow, I'll take it. How can you look at Diablo Immortal and say, like, this is a game which I'd want to play, that I'd actually want to invest hours and money and time into, right? Like it just... It's not something that I would want to do. Why would I want to waste my time with it? Why would I want to give it a shot when previously the developers had, or the, well, I guess Blizzard specifically had demonstrated to me that they don't really give a rat's ass about what me or other Diablo fans would want, right? Like, if they don't even have the mindset to really care about what we want for the Diablo series, then why would Diablo Immortal be any good, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if they really, like, if they had just started off with Diablo 4, at least I'd be like, oh man, now this is interesting, because it's something that I wanted, and they knew that I wanted this, right? Whereas Diablo Immortal is just like, man, this D2D2 guy, like, fuck what he wanted, we're gonna release this because we think he wants it. And with that mindset, I feel like it's a lot... It's like they'll have a lot less to offer me, because they're not really going to be coming up with anything that I'm going to be looking forward to, that I'm interested in, right? Like, because they just don't give a shit. So, yeah. For these reasons, I am not interested in... Like, they could pay me to play Diablo Immortal, and I still don't think I would do it. Yeah. I'll do it so I can say Diablo Immortal, and this is why. Hey, that's why I'm saying that's good. And this is, in fact, very hypocritical of me, I admit this, because I was just saying, like, I was just defending Diablo 3, not even, like, 3 hours ago, and I was telling everybody, I said out loud to every single one of you, like, oh yeah, I don't want to just mindlessly bash Diablo 3 without giving it an honest shot for myself, right? But at least Diablo 3 was something that was within the realm of something I wanted to try, that I should give an honest shot. But I don't even feel like Diablo Immortal deserves that from me. It's weird, but that's how I put it. It's like Diablo 3 is worth me trying out. Diablo Immortal is not. But anyway, to you I say, good for you. If you have a phone that can handle it, and you're willing to give it a try on mobile, and if you have the willingness to put in the effort and the time to try out the game, then hey, cool. Go for it. I'll give you a pass for Diablo Immortal. Not going to be good. but see, once again though, like, practice, well, you know what they say, right? Practice what you preach. Like, I was just telling people, like, oh, well, Diablo 3 is not terrible. And now, and it's like, oh, and I didn't want to follow along what everybody else was saying, but this is exactly what I'm doing with Diablo Immortal. But Diablo Immortal is like a different story, in the sense that it's one of those games that I'm just not interested in, I guess, is just the bottom line. Yeah. I don't know. Like, maybe it'll be a great game. Honestly, I'll say it, okay? I'll say it. This is my disclaimer. Maybe it'll turn out to be a fantastic game. Maybe it'll be the best mobile game to ever come into existence. Who fucking knows? But I have high doubts this is going to happen, and frankly... I mean, to be honest, I've never really said anything bad about it, now that I think about it. Like, oh, just die, dude. Fucking get back here. I don't normally... Yeah, I know I said that I wouldn't deal with these bats, but if they, like... I want to at least be able to kill the champ monsters. Yes. Yes. Okay, well, it can't even get them over the ledge. Man, these AI just... This is unbelievable. Anyway, like, if you look at games of reskin of another game as a blatant cash grab for mobile games, you don't need to play it to know it's hot garbage. I want to play Minecraft Dungeons. That shit's going to be the next D2. Really? I've never even... I don't know how serious you are. I don't even know what Minecraft Dungeons is. I've never even heard of it. Okay. Okay, there. Now the lower res radius on my plague is massive though. Actually, you know what? No, it's not massive. I just realized something. 20% chance to cast level 12 lower resist when struck. This, I think, is cast at the location of whoever attacked me in the first place. That's probably why it always ends up on the monsters that are attacking me, because they all hit me and it goes to where they are. Okay, well. Wow, dude, this is so fucking tilting. These have been some of the worst WSKs I think I've come across today in terms of just how difficult they've been. And this is even though I've been popping Fade. In fact, I'm not ever really coming close to dying. It's just that they just refuse to die, and they give me a hard time trying to die. Like, they'll either... for whatever reason, I keep either missing my whichever charge up I want, or they'll kill my Merc, or they'll go over unpathable terrain. These last 6 runs have just been a big pain in the ass. But anyway, yeah. I've never said anything bad about Diablo Immortal, in the sense that, like, I've never said, oh, it's an awful game without trying it. I just think that, like, it's kind of just a big what the fuck. I think that's the easiest way to explain the hate that the game's getting. Because a lot of people, when they played the game, when they tried the game, it's like, or when they heard about it, you know, there's just not much interest in it, because they didn't even really try to put any effort into trying to figure out, like, what people wanted or what. Diablo 3 before, so you have the game, right? If Diablo 3 ever gets another expansion, would you try it? Yeah, okay. So, yes, I've played Diablo 3 before. Yes, so because of that, I do have the game. If it gets another expansion, the expansion enough would not be enough to get me to come back to the game, if that's what you're asking. Okay? Like, the only reason I've come back to the game before in the past is strictly because there were people that I played with that, well, there's people that I know, or who I know, who wanted to play Diablo, who wanted to play Diablo 3. That's the only reason I played the game after the release. Like, I got the game when it came out, I played it, I didn't like it, and I basically stuffed it away in a box and I never looked at it again. The only time after those days where I came back to the game was when other people that I knew actually wanted me to play Diablo 3 with them. So even if a new expansion comes out, I probably wouldn't bother getting the new expansions right away. I would only want to get them if the people that I play with wanted me to get it, so that I could play with them, and that's basically it. So I know that's a bit of a lengthy answer, but you know, it's more than just a simple yes or no. It's kind of like no until I had to, if somebody else wanted to play it. Although I really don't know if there's going to be another expansion for Diablo 3. Like, at this point, I'm largely indifferent to them releasing another expansion for Diablo 3. Like, I would just be more surprised than anything when they already have Diablo 4 coming out, right? Like, if you have a team for Diablo, you'd think that you would spend all of your manpower and resources on trying to, well, work on the latest version of the game. Well, anyway, that would be my understanding anyway. Soul's name is Black Widow. That's cool. Sure hope not. I mean, I like the game, still play it, but I want all their time and effort to go to D4 until it comes out. I mean, yeah, right, like... I mean, from my experience, usually, if you have a game that comes out, or a sequel that comes out for a game, you're probably not going to be getting any expansions for that game that just got a sequel to it, right? Like, you know, like look at Diablo 2. Lord of Destruction came out, like the expansion, and then after that, they moved on to Diablo. Well, they actually didn't do anything with Diablo for quite some time, but a lot of their development efforts for the Diablo series went towards the following games, Diablo 3, and well, yeah, here we are today. At some point, maybe they'd do like a Diablo remastered or whatever, but that's, once again, right, like, I don't even know. Basically, I don't expect to ever come across this Diablo Immoral or whatever. I don't know, man. User was saying Diablo 3 is not exciting because when I find GG items, if I can't use them, that's it. I can't even trade them or give them away. I'm the Death Fathom equivalent. I don't play the sword. It's the same as finding arrows. That's fucking stupid. Hey, that's totally a valid reason to not like the game. I mean, like, the thrill of finding items and having a good use for it is pretty important. Or, in my opinion, like, just not having a trade system sucks pretty bad. Like, I know why they got rid of it, or I can imagine why they got rid of it. But at the same time, too, it caught, like, we were talking about this even a couple hours ago. When I was saying, like, I think that, like, there's definitely some pros and cons to it. Like, most people just look at it as, like, oh man, they removed this feature and it fucking sucks. But I guess they did that to combat, like, real-world trading or whatever. But still, like, what that also means is we can't trade, and that was a huge part of gameplay for Diablo 2, right? So, lost money, that's why. Well, I'm not sure what you mean. I don't quite see the correlation here. Like, they had the real money auction house for a while, and I'd like to think that that was actually raking them in money because they were charging money per transaction. But thankfully they got rid of that. Found a way to monetize their own product reliably, so they fucking gave up. Well, sure, that's a valid theory, but once again, like, I'm pretty sure what ended up happening was they didn't want to have people who were just buying their way to victory through, like, Diablo2items.net, or in this case, I guess, Diablo3items.net. Because when you have trading and shit like that, then what ends up happening is that's how people buy items from one another, right? Like, you pay them $10 and then they'll give you their Death's Fathom, basically, has always been the theory that I've worked with. Maybe it's true, maybe it's wrong, I don't know. Maybe Blizzard had their own explanation, maybe you're right, or whatever, but whatever the case, that's just, like, the reality is that they don't have trading in their game, and that's a really big part of it. It also has other things about it that are really shitty, like, I mean, not like really shitty, but a lot of other things that I don't like. Things like you only get access to 8 or 4 players in a game instead of 8, so, you know, that's kind of limiting. Let's see, what are some other ones? For a while, they had made it so that you needed to play online. That was really fucking shitty. Let's see. I didn't really like the way characters were, like, their characters were designed in, like, their abilities and the way their characters would progress. For me, I'd much prefer being able to actually level up your character and being able to, like, put hard skill points or stat points into your characters so that you can wear gear and stuff like that. For me, that was a lot cooler. And of course, in that game, I believe there's not nearly as much value for these for items aside from legendaries, particularly, I think it's primal ancient legendaries is what they're called now, and maybe set items, right? So I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. There's It's a very different game with very different gameplay, and I don't really like it. So that's what I can say about it. And I think User Miss, you're certainly, definitely in the same boat. Yeah. Alright, this is run number 98, so 3 more runs to go. If sometime in the next century I could drop even a single meteor. Oh hey look, the meteor comes down only after everything else is fucking dead. Okay, next. Okay. Please walk into the fire and just die, because this will make my life a lot easier. Thank you. Yes, yes, good. Good. Okay, awesome. Made my life a lot easier. Good. When does the ladder reset again? For Slash or for botnet? I assume you're referring for Slash, right? If you're referring to Slash, then usually it's every 4 months. And the most recent reset was in early April, so we can expect probably early August will probably be the next reset, or around early August. So yeah. I could definitely see the side for why to not like the game after spending hundreds of hours into it and still not feeling like I'm wasting my time. I see why some people enjoy it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I have my opinion on the game, and, you know, a lot of D2 fanatics too tend to, or seem to really dislike the game. I do too. I'd go as far as saying I dislike it. But it's not like... It's not to the point where I can't see why people don't enjoy it. Like some other people enjoy it, and I can totally see why. And I mean, I've played it with other people, and in fact, like if I'm being completely honest, call me a radical here, okay? I actually enjoyed playing D3 more than I did even Path of Diablo, but believe it or not, okay? That's complete heresy. I can imagine some people will say, but yeah, I actually enjoyed D3 over Path of Diablo personally. That's how that much I'll give Diablo 3, believe it or not. Radical, yeah, it's insane. It'll blow your mind. It's the weirdest fucking thing, okay? Like not everything will make logical sense to people when I say this, because I vouch for Path of Diablo. Like when people ask me, okay, like I play Slash. But sometimes people ask me, "Hey, D2, I heard about Path of Diablo. Would you recommend giving it a try?" And I'll actually say, "Yeah, of course, give it a shot. Like, give it a look and see if you like it, right? Because a lot of other people like it, and they've made a lot of builds more viable by buffing them. They've, you know, tweaked certain things in the game. They've added melee splash duels, and you know, you might have a lot of fun with it. But personally, I actually don't enjoy Path of Diablo all that much. In fact, I enjoy D3 over Path of Diablo. Even though if somebody were to tell me to choose between one or the, like, to recommend them either Path of Diablo or Diablo 3, of course I'd say Path of Diablo. It's the weirdest fucking thing. the thing that I recommend isn't the thing that I like the most necessarily, I guess is just the bottom line. I also acknowledge that even if I personally don't like something, that I can also try to see the other side and say, okay, well, this is why other people like it, which is totally okay too. Never played Path of Diablo? It's like a D2 mod, right? Yeah, it is, actually. Yes. Yes, it is a Diablo 2 mod, right? That's totally correct. That's where they change the skill trees and stuff. Okay, so yeah, sort of. The thing is, like, there's a lot of, like, what you gotta understand is there's actually a number of mods that do this, okay? There's Median, there's Resurgence, yeah, I think there's even, like, something like a Nihilist, but there's a lot of different mods for Diablo 2, but I think Median XL completely overhauls the skill trees. Resurgence does a bit of rebalancing. Path of Diablo doesn't actually like change the skill trees. They just rework certain skills or replace certain skills. And I think that some of these replacements I can't really get behind. Hold on a second. I want to take a look at that. ED. It's got Fool's Mod, sorta. Yeah, okay. Let me actually just pay attention and kill all these guys. Yeah, originally I was gonna try to keep that wrist spike. I thought it was actually a pretty decent one. It's got 40 IAS, Fool's Mod, high max damage, and then I realized that it doesn't even have a decent amount of ED. But anyway, I feel that way about food. Sometimes I make things that I know are good dishes, and I will recommend them. I do not prefer those things. Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of how I feel with Path of Diablo specifically. I can totally see why people like it, and especially, like, I have to, like, admit, for most casual players, Path of Diablo is great, but for me, I feel like it's, on one hand, it's too easy, and on the other hand, it's, I don't really agree with the balancing schema, which for me is, like, a big turnoff. A big turnoff. Like, I can get behind not having map pack. Actually, in fact, I prefer playing this game without map pack, ironically. Like, I use map pack, but once again, it's because it's Slash. I think makes more sense for me to use map pack on Slash, where everyone else is using map pack, right? But if I'm playing by myself, like, trying to actually play Diablo 2 on my own time, if I were playing single player, playing Path of Diablo, of course I prefer not having any map pack. But despite that, this is my last run, by the way, and then I can just chill and chat with you guys for a couple minutes. But despite that, yeah, like, I absolutely tell people, hey, yeah, give Path of Diablo a try. There's and it's bustling with a lot of players too, right? Also, one really interesting thing that people don't, I think about, that Path of Diablo doesn't have compared to Slash is multi-boxing. And what that means is that people are much more inclined to have to, like, play together, like, rather than making private rooms, right? Like, so, well, maybe not, sorry, no, that's the bad way of putting it. Maybe not so much play together, but I meant more like, it's not as easy to, I guess, go, like, make, like, a bow barb or whatever, and then just use that to get through hell. Makes it so you can shoot more than one bone spear at once. Yeah, that's one of the things that you have the option of doing with the right items, with the right setup. Okay, now, I don't like potatoes. I can make you many different potato dishes that are amazing that I do like, but if you ask me, I'm going to order the steak. I do think you should order the potatoes, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel with Path of Diablo, I guess, except, yeah, not really. Well, yeah, that's a good analogy. Honestly, that's a really good analogy. Potatoes are fucking amazing, but but I mean, once again, you don't like potatoes. Even if I might like potatoes, and a lot of other people might like potatoes. Anyway, is Slashdiablo your least favorite private server? Well, I mean, honestly, Seth, I don't know if that's a question which I should really answer. Well, how should I put this? I don't think I've played on enough private servers that I can say yes in earnest. You know, like I guess technically speaking, yes, it is. But I mean, my roster of private servers that I've actually played on includes Slash, Median XL, and Path of Diablo. That's it, right? I've never tried Resurgence. I've never played on Europe.battle.net and so on, right? To be honest, if, like, yeah, so that's why I'm saying, like, I haven't tried enough private servers that I can tell you straight up, like, okay, yeah, this is my least favorite private server. I guess, technically speaking, among the ones I've played, it's my least favorite. But in terms of, like, overall, I honestly would say that I dislike Europe.battle.net more. I don't really think I need to explain why. You were there when I did my meme analysis of Europe.battle.net. But yeah, anyway, I don't really think it gets much worse than Europe.battle.net. Like, if I'm being completely real with you. Okay, I'll reactivate Burst of Speed this time, or I'll re-hotkey it for now. But out of the ones I've played, that definitely narrows things down. But yeah, of the ones that I've played, between Slash, Median, and POD, I honestly think that I like POD the least. I actually much enjoyed Median. Median was super goofy. It was hard to take Median seriously, and I mean this in a good way. Because it didn't really feel like, it felt like it was trying to do its own thing. Like, at one time, like, at one point it was using Diablo 2's game engine, but it still felt like a completely different game, right? Like, it was a mod for Diablo 2, but it didn't really feel like it was trying to be like a successor to Diablo 2, really. It was just more like, I don't know. It felt like an alternate universe Diablo 2. So I can give it a lot more leeway when they do a lot of really bizarre changes to the game, outlandish changes to the game. Whereas with mods like Resurgence and Path of Diablo, they seem to be trying to stay a lot more faithful to the original game. And so because of that, when I try Path of Diablo, I'm not as impressed by how they tried to, like, rework certain skill trees or items and so on. Europe Battle.net, I can't recall even hearing about that. Is it just Battle.net but Europe? No. It's literally a private server called Europe Battle.net, I think. Here, let me fetch it for you. It might ring some bells if I fetch it, because you might be. Here you go. Europe Battle.net. I keep calling it Europe.battle.net, but it's Europe Battle.net. And let me send this to you. Okay, so this is the website. This is the private server I'm talking about. Okay, it doesn't get worse than this, and I'll explain why if it's not obvious right away. Why this is a pretty awful one, but later later I'll go over EuropeBattle.net. I just want to respond to the remaining stuff first, because this is my last run, so I'm pretty done. Okay, ruining my life like I'm 13 again. These guys are just talking shit about themselves. That's pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, so Furry, if you're still around, yeah. So they changed some skills and they changed some items, including Enigma and Infinity. Well, yeah, I think they even changed Infinity, but Enigma specifically, they changed that big time. So you may, yeah, that's something to consider. That Diablo 2 mod for the game. Like when Diablo 2 ladder resets, it's the same thing. You just restart, but you spend days or weeks doing the same thing you did last time. The game didn't change. Sure, your build or class might have, but you're still gonna spend hours on it. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. It makes it so with points, yes. Although, sorry, Seth, I forgot to mention this earlier. If you put points into Bone Spear, you don't necessarily get more Bone Spears. I think it's a specific item that gives you this in Path of Diablo. But yeah, it was a good chat though. Um, thanks for tuning in. I suppose they changed the Diablo 3 drop stuff where you will only or almost only get the thing for your class or your class role, which is nice. Yeah, yeah, that's how they did it. That's how they changed it. I think it wasn't like that in the past, but now it's a little bit closer to that. I know that you don't always get things from your class and only things from your class, but it's a lot more likely you'll get something from your class, which I guess is nice, but still, like, it was always a good feeling when you get like a, let's say, a Death's Fathom, and then you can like trade it out to people. I definitely miss that. Infinite sockets. I don't even know about that. Anyway, so yeah, is there anything else you guys want to talk about briefly before I hop off? I think that's it though. I've hit about 5 hours and I've hit run 100, so that'll have been 50 runs done today. And in the last 50 runs, I actually have not found much at all. My best find was a Lemrin, which is lovely and promising for the next 900 runs to come. But yeah, 50 runs today, and like I said, I'm going to try to push to do streams every Wednesday. 50 runs of WSK for the next few streams is kind of what I'm going to gun for. I also want to do one long stream at some point. Like one stream where I just go marathon as many runs of WSK as I can. I don't know when that'll be. Details for that later on. Hopefully, I'm going to try to aim for June, I think, when I'll try to do that, but we'll see. Who knows? I don't know if you guys will be playing on the server by then, but like maybe you guys will be quitting, calling it a season or whatever. But yeah, I'll be playing for the long run, so maybe you guys will be with me for that journey all the way until next season rolls around. But yeah, plenty of stuff coming up. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how these 1,000 WSK runs turn out in terms of what I pull. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. All the NPCs in one spot. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that was just a photo. I don't know if that's actually how they reworked the NPCs. And of course, when I'm on, when you're off. Yeah, sorry, Maverick. This is it. I already finished my last run, like about 5 minutes ago, and I'm just chatting with people talking shit about EuropeBattle.net. Right, man. Yeah, same to you, Furry. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, hope to see you again for next season, if you're tuning in, because you're asking about when the next reset will be. But yeah, definitely got plans for next season. Although, I don't know. For me, I think one of the seasons that I'd be most hyped for is actually trying the 4-box theory that I keep talking about. So I don't know. I don't know when or how I'm going to do that. But anyway, that'll be later on, I suppose. Use my dude, I'll be here when I can. Yeah, I appreciate that, User Miss. Yeah, thanks for dropping by the way. Really appreciate it. Anyway, just quickly, I wanted to address EuropeBattle.net for Seth. Apparently, this is... Let me show you something, okay? I'm going to show you the thing that I hate the most about EuropeBattle.net, okay? So I'm just going to... Just for the memes, let's show you guys... window capture. Okay, so check this out. Just curious how long it was still playing casually. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's usually about 4 months. So yeah, I don't know if you plan to play next season. If you do, then yeah, good stuff. So this is EuropeBattle.net. Okay, this is probably, from what I've seen, my least favorite private server. They even have a USA Battle.net variant, but I don't even care about that. So integrated anti-cheat system, okay, cool. It sounds good. Map hacking and multi-boxing, okay, no big deal. Increased drop rates, increased experience gain, full mercenary equipment available. Ability to downgrade or break down runes. Like, a lot of these are things that I can't really get behind. Yeah, ability to socket items indefinitely after completing Larza quest. I mean, I guess, because, like, you're probably just gonna multi-box that shit anyway, technically speaking, right? But several items have been modified to provide a better game balance. I've never really been the biggest fan of that right there. But let me show you guys the thing that I hate the most, okay? Like, just looking at these, this is a bit of a departure from vanilla, which I'm already kind of like, about. But this right here is a prime example of why I've never played on this private server, but I can tell you right now that I already dislike it. It's because if ever, goodness forbid, that I want to get myself an Enigma, well, fuck trying to work for it. I can just softcore. Ah, yeah, sure. 1-800 pay to win. You know what? Let's get one for all you guys. All right, let's see. Seth, Maverick, User Miss, Fuzzy. You know what? Let's get 5. Just add it to cart. Just buy myself ways of winning the game. Yeah. So this is why. I don't like this private server, and that's not even factoring in increased drop rates and all that other shit. I think they also even have I don't remember if this is the same private server that allows auto telly or whatever, but either way, I'm not, like, it's not my thing, man. Yeah, just this right here though. Like, this one thing alone, I don't even think I need to go any further. I should have just started with this. Like, everything else is secondary to a literal item shop, like a real money item shop. Like, at that point, why don't I just go to Battle.net and just pay to get the items that I want, either through JSP or through an item website. So, D2 items but legal? Okay, honestly, that kind of shit should actually just, no, that's the thing. The irony here, Seth, is I'm pretty sure that's illegal. You can't just take somebody else's intellectual property and then just profit off of it like that. Because it's one thing to run a private server, but they're basically running a private server and then they're profiting off of running a private server. I'm pretty sure that's actually illegal, but Blizzard has never attempted to do anything about it. I guess they don't care enough about Diablo. It's too under their radar for them to really care about people profiting, like, 15 euros per Enigma or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, that's for you guys to mull over, I suppose. That's just wanted to show you guys that. It's pretty messy. Pay to win. Break down runes after increased drop rates, no thanks. Exactly. Like I don't know. I hear this every few seasons, the idea of a recipe to break down runes, and I think it's just a terrible idea. Like, I think it's an awful idea. I can understand why it comes to mind. It's not like a stupid idea, but while it sounds good at first, it's actually just, like, I don't know, man. When, like, it shouldn't be the case where even when you, like, some people complain they get a Cham or a Zod or, like, a Vex or whatever, and I'm just like, look, this rune is this rune, right? You don't need to have a rune, like a recipe that allows you to break down a burr into 2 sirs, 2 sirs into 4 lows, and so on, right? If you get a sir, it's a sir. Too bad, you can't do anything with it until you get another sir, or you trade up to another sir, and then you can make a burr with that, so you can get closer to Enigma. I think that makes more sense than, like imagine just how many lows and ohms and vexes spawn out of 1 burr or 1 sir. That's my biggest, like, that's probably the easiest way of summing this up. I don't know, it's just absurd. I think either is illegal, but D2 items was less legal since it wasn't items for a private store. I think they shut down D2 items. Did they? Well, I don't really care much either way. Let's take a look. D2 items. Well, I mean, there's 30 other item websites out there. D2 Boost, GoGodly.com, YesGamers.com, Item Now, D2ItemSale.com, man. No, dude. No. If ever they really wanted to deal with the, well, Yeah, I don't even know where to begin on that, but that's besides the point. I could get all the L's with a Zod. Yeah, exactly, right? How would that even work? You know, one Zod equals how many Lems? Whatever. There's ways of making it balanced beyond that. Well, not even balanced, but anyway, I just don't think that it should be the case. Honestly, there's ways to make it work, but I just don't think that that should even be an option in the first place. In the original game, a Cham was a Cham, and you know, too bad you can't use a Cham for anything other than pride. But I mean, think about all the people who find Mang Song's lesson in Tyraels, right? It's like, well, shit, they can't do anything with those items either. Cham and Zod are just the same way. Why do we need to force there to be a use for Cham or Zod? Like, people enabled Plague, and I don't mind there being Plague just because it's like it was always in the game files, and I'm largely indifferent to Plague anyway. Like, I'm using it for my build, but I would have just gone double Bartux without it. But still, I just don't really care much for it. Wait, does a Zod break down into 1.6 billion Ls? I think so. Something like that. But that's like, what, exponential, right? Zod breaks down into 2 Chams. 2 Chams break down into 4 Jaws, 8 Burrs, 16 Sir, 32 Low, 64 Ohm, 128 Vexes, 256 Gulls, is that right? 512 Ists? Actually, wait, what am I doing? I can just use a calculator for this. Why am I trying to, like, double everything? Too much effort for my brain, dude. 56, so that's 256 Ists, then times 2 for Mals? Then 1024 Ums. For Paul's 2048, Lem's 4096, and then it just gets messier and messier after that. Oh fuck. No, listen, like, if I'm pretty sure that you could only downgrade to 1 rune lower, so you know, good luck trying to organize all of those runes. But I just think it's dumb. Like, runes would be completely bonkers. So I don't even. Anyway, guys, I've gone well over what I was originally intending to wrap up at. Guys, once again, thanks for everyone for hanging out. It was fun, but I will be signing off for the night, and I will be chilling for the next little while. First 100 runs are complete. So far, no good. Highest rune drop was Lem, probably the only rune drop even. A number of pretty decent items in between, though. But otherwise, yeah, nothing really. Nothing here really is. There hasn't really been anything particularly noteworthy in these runs. I guess that's just the bottom line. Okay, so. Wait a second, I think I fucked up. Lemrune here. I realized that I may have messed up. 100 next. It's pretty sad. I haven't found anything in 20 runs, dude. Yeah, I think that I have the exploding monsters to thank for that. The suicide demons, or whatever they're called. There we go. That's better. Now the drops list is complete. Okay, cool. 14.3 trillion Elrons. Alright, well, you know what? That's a nice, lovely number to end on. Yeah, okay, thanks for tuning in, Maverick. Take it easy. Hope you have a lovely evening. Shame we weren't able to chat, sit and chat and just hang out for a bit, but yeah, funny timing, I suppose. Yeah. Alright, guys, have a good night, everyone. Hopefully I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Like I said, trying to make this a thing. Wednesday, WSK runs with my Mason was my plan. Right. Catch you next time. Yeah, same to you. Alright. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. So, this is DGD2, signing out.